नमस्कार दोस्तों, आपका स्वागत है। और हर रोज की तरह हम भगवान की पूजा करके अपना दिन आरंभ करेंगे। आज शुक्रवार है, फ्राइडे। तो आज तो लक्ष्मी जी का पूजन बनता है। तो हम लक्ष्मी जी का एक मंत्र पढ़ेंगे, 11 दफा पढ़ेंगे। और इस काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करेंगे। जैसे आप जानते हैं, हमारे पास एक काउंटर है जिससे हम आसानी से नंबर निकाल सकते हैं। वैसे आप जैसा चाहें वैसा कर सकते हैं। आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं। आप अपने मस्तिष्क में, अपने ब्रेन के अंदर भी गिन सकते हैं। तो जैसे आपको कंफर्टेबल हो आप करें। ये इस मंत्र का हम जाप करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र का जाप करें। चलिए, हाथ जोड़ के हम लक्ष्मी जी का ध्यान करते हैं और अब मंत्र शुरू करते हैं। श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं 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 क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम श्री ह्रीं क्लीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। ओम ह्रीं श्रीं श्री सिद्धाय लक्ष्मी नमः। तो ओम लक्ष्मी नमः, ओम लक्ष्मी नमः। तो हमारा ये मंत्र समाप्त हुआ और हम अब अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। तो आपका दिन भी शुभ रहे, मंगलमय रहे, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को बंद करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में। कहीं मत जाइएगा। हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज हमारे सामने एक बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है जिसका आंसर हमें ढूंढना बहुत ही जरूरी है। ये क्वेश्चन है, क्या आज के आधुनिक बिजनेस वर्ल्ड में धर्म और रणनीति का कोई स्थान है या कोई स्थान रह गया है? इस क्वेश्चन का आंसर बहुत ही इंपॉर्टेंट है और हमें इसका डिस्कशन करना है। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ के रूप में अनिश्चितता और कठिन निर्णयों के बीच आप अपना कर्तव्य कैसे निभा सकते हैं? इस वीडियो में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे और हम जानेंगे कि भगवान कृष्ण ने हमें क्या सीख दी है, और इस इम्पोर्टेंट सवाल का आंसर खोजने में हम भगवत गीता की सहायता लेंगे। चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। एक सीईओ की कुर्सी जो होती है काफ़ी चमकदार होती है, बहुत ही अट्रैक्टिव होती है, लेकिन इसके पीछे बहुत ज़्यादा अनसर्टेनिटी होती है, तनाव, हर दिन के जीवन के कठोर निर्णय। वो ये केवल वही जानता है जो उस कुर्सी पे बैठता है। जब जाने कि कोई लीडर है जो बहुत ही हाई हॉट सीट पे बैठा हुआ है। क्यों, क्या आपने कभी इसको महसूस किया है कि आपकी सारी स्ट्रेटजी फेल हो रही है? मार्केट गिरता ही जा रहा है, आप समझ ही नहीं पा रहे क्या करना है। टीम बिखरने लगी है और सब कुछ गलत हो रहा है और इसके बीच में एक लकीर खींची हुई है। आप उस लकीर पे क्या करना है वो आप तय करते हैं एज ए सीईओ। आज हम किसी मैनेजमेंट बुक की बात नहीं करेंगे। आज हम बात करेंगे दुनिया के सबसे पुराने, सबसे प्रभावशाली लीडरशिप गाइड भगवत गीता, और खास तौर पे अध्याय 2 चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31 में, जिसमें किसी भी सीईओ के लिए किसी वेपन की जो सीख दी गई है किसी वेपन से कम नहीं है। एक स्ट्रेटेजिक मास्टर क्लास की तरह ये हमारे सामने है। और इसका सीधा अर्थ है, अगर हम इस कोट को पढ़ें, इस वर्स को पढ़ें, और कोट स्टार्ट्स, अपने क्षत्रिय धर्म, अपने यानी कि अपने कर्तव्य को देखते हुए भी तुम्हें विचलित नहीं होना चाहिए, क्योंकि धर्म के लिए ही, न्याय के लिए ही युद्ध करने से बेहतर एक योद्धा के लिए और कुछ भी नहीं है। एंड द कोट क्लोज। तो दोस्तों, अगर आप यहाँ तक पहुंचे हैं तो हमें कमेंट करके ज़रूर बताएं कि आप कौन सी सिटी से, कौन सी कंट्री से हमारे साथ जुड़ रहे हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। अब एक सीईओ के तौर पे आप सोचेंगे, मैं युद्ध कैसे कर सकता हूँ, मैं तो बिजनेस कर रहा हूँ। लेकिन जरा रुकिए, आज का बाजार किसी कुरुक्षेत्र से कम नहीं है और यहाँ पे कट थ्रोट कंपटीशन होता है। नैतिकता बनाम मुनाफा और टीम के बजाय टीम को बचाए रखने के लिए जद्दोजहद, क्योंकि टीम आपका कॉम्पिटिटर ले जाएगा। तो यही तो वो युद्ध है जो हमें हर दिन लड़ना होता है। सो इस श्लोक में बोला गया है कि क्षत्रिय अर्थ केवल वो नहीं जो तलवार उठाता है, इसका अर्थ वो है जो व्यक्ति जिम्मेदारी लेने से नहीं डरता। जब गीता में भगवान कृष्ण ने अर्जुन से कहा कि तुम विचलित मत हो, तो वो एक सीईओ को सिखा रहे हैं, एक सीईओ की तरह उनको सिखा रहे हैं और बोल रहे हैं कि आपको विचलित नहीं होना है, कितनी भी बड़ी मार्केट रियलिटी आपके सामने हो। और इन डिसीजन का अंत होना चाहिए। जब कोई बड़ा फैसला लेना हो तो आप स्वधर्म, अपनी जैसे कि अपनी कंपनी के विजन और मूल्यों को देखें, और अगर फैसला सही है तो परिणाम से मत डरें, डर का त्याग करें, अर्थात कांपना छोड़ें। एक सीईओ को का डर पूरी टीम में फैल जाता है। अगर आप डरे हुए हैं तो आपकी रणनीति भी डरी हुई होगी, क्योंकि न्याय के लिए खड़ा होना है, अक्सर मार्केट में टिके रहने के लिए और अनिकता, जिसको अनएथिकल बोलते हैं, रास्ते कई दफ़ा अपना लेते हैं कई लोग, क्योंकि खड़ा रहना है और अनएथिकल जो रास्ता होता है वो थोड़ा सा आसान दिखता है। शुरू कहते हैं कि अधर्म के खिलाफ लड़ना आपका धर्म है। यही आपकी स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए कि आपके मुनाफे से पहले आपकी वैल्यूज़ को आपको सामने रखना होगा। और अब इसको हम लीडरशिप में लगाएं, तो इसको हम कैसे इम्प्लीमेंट करें? तो यहाँ पे मैं आपको 3 स्टेप बताऊंगा जिससे आप इसको धीरे धीरे अपने जीवन में ढाल सकते हैं और अपने डिसीजंस बेटर ले सकते हैं। तो पहला है द पर्पस। पर्पस की परिभाषा करें। जब भी कोई मुश्किल आए, खुद से पूछें, क्या यह फैसला मेरी कंपनी के लिए वैल्यू के अनुरूप है? अगर हाँ, तो पीछे ना हटें, आगे बढ़ें। नंबर 2, कन्विक्शन के साथ लीड करें, क्योंकि आपने पहला पॉइंट आपने देख लिया है। श्लोक कहता है कि न्याय का युद्ध है ये। अगर आपकी रणनीति सही है तो आप पूरी ताकत से आगे बढ़ें। अधूरे अधूरे मन से लिए गए फैसले हमेशा घाटा देते हैं। नंबर 3, स्टेक होल्डर की सुरक्षा करें। एक योद्धा अपने राज की रक्षा करता है, अपने कर्मचारियों को, इन्वेस्टर जिसको हम निवेशक भी बोलते हैं, ग्राहकों की रक्षा करता है। और जब आप डिफेंसिव नहीं बल्कि वैल्यू ड्रिवन लीडर बनते हैं तो आप अजय हो जाते हैं। तो दोस्तों, ये 3 मंत्र हैं जो आप अपनी लाइफ में उसको फॉलो कर सकते हैं, जो हमें भगवत गीता से इस पर्टिकुलर 2 लाइनों के श्लोक में मिलते हैं। दोबारा से बोलता हूँ, चैप्टर 2 श्लोक 31, और आपको यह याद दिलाता है कि आप एक सीईओ ही नहीं, आप एक लीडर हैं जिसे न्याय और प्रगति के लिए खड़ा होना है। आज अपने बोर्डरूम में जाने से पहले बस ये याद रखें कि जो कंडीशंस हैं वो कितनी भी कठिन हो, अगर आपका धर्म, आपका कर्तव्य और नैतिकता आप के रास्ते पे आप चल रहे हैं, तो हारने का कोई सवाल ही नहीं पैदा होता। अगर आप लीडर हैं और आपको लगता है कि ये संदेश आपके किसी सहकर्मी या दोस्त के काम आ सकता है, तो उनके साथ शेयर करें और हमें कमेंट करके बताएं कि आपके लिए कॉर्पोरेट धर्म का सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज क्या है। हम उस पर चर्चा करेंगे आने वाले वीडियो में। सब्सक्राइब करना ना भूलें। मिलते हैं जल्दी अगले वीडियो में। तब तक के लिए आपका हम प्रार्थना करेंगे आपका दिन शुभ रहे और आप सक्सेस पाएं। थैंक यू। नमस्कार।
The idea of robots living alongside us has been belonged to the realm of science fiction. Yet today it is edging into the reality. With the debut of AI-powered robot designed specially for home use, the boundary between futuristic imagination and everyday life is dissolving. These machines are no longer confined to factory floors or research labs. They are stepping into kitchen, living room, bedroom, promising to transform the domestic routine. The debut of AI robots for domestic use is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one also. It sparks curiosity, inspires hope, ignites debate. So, are we welcoming helpful assistants into our lives, or surveillance device disguised as a companion? The answer may shape not only the future of our household but also the broader relationship between human and intelligent machine. Artificial intelligence has begun to step out of the research lab and corporate offices into the most intimate of the space, our home. So debut of AI powered domestic robots marks a turning point in consumer technology, one that blends convenience with controversy. So these machines are designed to handle everyday tasks, tidying rooms, monitoring energy use, assisting with cooking, or even offering companionship. And this appeal lies in the promise of freeing up time, reducing household stress, and creating a seamless, smart living environment. For many consumers, the idea of robot that can anticipate the need and act autonomously and feel natural is the next step after smart speakers and connected appliances. Yet that excitement is tempered by uneasy, and that is privacy debate over flared almost immediately. Unlike a vacuum robot that simply mop your floor plans, and these new AI robots can equipped with advanced sensory cameras, microphones. So they don't just clean, they observe, interpret, and learn. That means that they are constantly collecting data from household routine, personal habits, even private conversations. So for some, this feels like inviting a surveillance device into the living room. The questions become: who owns that data and how securely is it stored? So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the consumer interest is undeniable. Early demonstrations have drawn crowds, and pre-orders suggest a strong demand. Families imagine robots that can help elderly relatives, parents, and vision assistants with the childcare. And the professionals see value in delegating some routine work. So, but alongside with enthusiasm, the critics warn of the risk of dependency and erosion of boundaries. So, if a robot can recognize emotions, respond to the stress, and adapt to the personal preferences, does it cross into the territories of replacing human interaction? So, and if the companies monetize the insight gathered from these robots, does the home cease to be a private sanctuary? So this tension between innovation and intrusion defines the current debate. On one hand, AI robot for home use could actually revolutionize the domestic life. It can provide easiness in the domestic life, making home safer, more efficient, and more responsive. On the other hand, they raise profound ethical questions about autonomy, consent, and surveillance. The debut of these robots is not just a technological milestone, it is a cultural one too. It actually forces society to grapple with what we value more: convenience or privacy, automation or intimacy. For now, the spotlight remains on consumer curiosity. The allure of futuristic living is strong, and many are eager to experiment. But as adoption spread, the conversation will inevitably shift from novelty to accountability. The home, once the most private space, is becoming the next frontier for AI, and how we navigate this frontier will shape not only our domestic life but also our broader relationship with technology. The arrival of AI robots in our home is more than a technical upgrade. It is definitely, as we are discussing, cultural shift. These machines promise efficiency, they also promise safety, and even the companionship, yet they are that is a challenge of our notion of privacy, intimacy within the household. So, as consumer embrace this, and society must also confront the deeper questions: how much of our personal lives are we willing to share with the machines, and who ultimately control that information? So that is that whether they become a trusted helper or controversial intruders will depend only on the technological itself, but also value we choose to uphold as we invite artificial intelligence into our most private corners of our lives. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we close this live streaming, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. In this video, we will analyze the aggressive race happening between Tata Motors and Reliance Industries to dominate India's growing electric bus market. As the country shifts towards sustainable mobility and large-scale EV adoption, these two corporate giants are making massive moves to secure their leadership in the e-bus segment. Let us go and explore this further. The streets of India are changing. If you listen closely, the roar of the diesel engine is being replaced by hum of an electric motor. But this isn't just about the cleaner air. It's about a multi-billion-dollar industry race to define the future of Indian mobility. Today we are looking at two titans, which is Tata Motors and Reliance Industries, and their aggressive expansion into India's EVs bus market. This is the race for India's road, and the stakes couldn't be more higher than this. Alright friends, so if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's start with the player currently leading the charge, which is Tata Motors. For Tata, this isn't a new experiment. They have already deployed over 3,300 electric buses over 10 cities, clocking in a massive 210 million kilometers. Their strategy is built on uptime, delivering a best-in-class 95% operational reliability by leveraging the wider Tata ecosystem, including Tata Power for charging infrastructure, They have built a turnkey model that makes it incredibly easy for city transport authorities to make the switch. They aren't just selling a vehicle, they are selling a proven operational system that has already transformed urban transit. But then there is Reliance. If Tata is the master of the vehicle, Reliance is positioning itself as the master of energy that powers it. Reliance isn't just betting on electricity alone. Their strategy is a multi pathway approach integrating EV with hydrogen powered vehicles and compressed biogas, which is also known as CBG. They have joined government backed hydrogen pilot projects, signaling that they see the future of heavy transport as a mix of technologies. They are playing a longer capital intensive game, focusing on building infrastructure ahead of demand and reimagining fuel stations as experience led destinations. So, why the aggression now? Because the numbers are finally moving. In financial year 26, electric buses counted for about 4.5% of the total bus sale, a steady climb from previous years. With government schemes like PM E-Bus Seva and PM E-Drive target the deployment of 50,000 plus e-buses by 2029. The order books are overflowing. We are looking at the market where domestic production capacity is hitting 32,000 units annually. This is no longer a niche market. It is the new backbone of public procurement. So, friends, who will win this race? Tata is the incumbent with hardware, the service network, and the trust of municipal corporations. Reliance is the energy giant aiming to control the infrastructure and alternative fuel that will power the next 50 years. One is perfecting the machine, the other is redesigning the ecosystem. As India moves to replace thousands of aging, polluting buses in cities like Delhi, Mumbai, etc., both companies are positioning to benefit from the massive replacement cycle. One thing is certain, the race for India's road is accelerating, and the real winner will be the Indian commuter, Indian consumer. So, friends, if you found this perspective shift valuable, I want to hear from you what do you think about this. And, friends, do not hesitate to send across your questions or any suggestions. I will see you again very soon in the next one. Are you feeling stuck in the middle class? Then this video is your guide to breaking free. We will reveal the hidden financial traps that are keeping you from true financial freedom, and we will also share the actionable strategies to escape 9 to 5 grind. You will learn how to build a passive income stream, invest for long-term growth, and develop a mindset for wealth creation. If you're ready to stop trading time for money and start building a life of financial independence, you have to stay tuned because we are going to explore all of this. Let's go. Hello everyone and welcome back to the channel. Look, let's be honest for a moment. Are you tired? Tired of endless cycles, the 9 to 5 grind, the bills piling up, the feeling that no matter how hard you work, you are just, trading through these waters. You might be even earning a decent income, but somehow true financial freedom feels like a distant dream. The feeling, my friend, is what I call the middle class trap. It's a comfortable cage designed by the socialite expectations, clever marketing, and often our own ingrained financial habits. So, therefore, in this video, we are not just going to talk about it, we are going to give you a blueprint, a step by step guide on how to identify the trap, break free from the cycle, and start building the life of financial independence that you truly deserve. This isn't about getting rich quick, it's about getting rich smart and sustainably. So, if you are ready to escape the middle class mindset and build the lasting wealth, stick around because you are in the right place. First, we need to understand what exactly the middle class trap is. It's not a poverty trap, it's a comfort trap. It's an illusion of security that keeps us from taking the necessary risks and making the bold moves required for true wealth. Let's break down the common pitfalls. We have been told to get a good job, work hard, climb the ladder, and that's fine for the security, but it often means trading all your time for money. Your income is capped, and your wealth building potential is limited to your working hours. So, as your income increases, so do your expenses. New car, big house, more expensive vacations, designer clothes. You feel richer, but you're just spending more, often, going deeper into debt. You are running faster just to stay in the same place. Credit card debts, car loans, personal loans, student loans. Debt is an anchor that weighs down your financial progress. It steals future earnings and prevents you from investing in your future. We will talk about good debt versus bad debt later, but most middle class debt is a bad debt. Schools don't teach us about investing, compounding interest, or building assets. We learn by trial and error, often making costly mistakes. This isn't your fault, but it is your responsibility to fix it. So I will start, by saying that you have to invest someday, and you have to also say that I will save more later. Maybe I will take that risk when I have more security. Someday rarely comes. Procrastination is the silent killer of the wealth. Escaping the middle class isn't just about changing your actions, it's about changing your mindset. The wealth think differently about money, the risk, and also the time. Here are the critical mindset shifts. Uh, the middle class basically consumes, they are the de facto consumers. The wealthy produce instead of just buying things, think about creating value, solving problems, and building assets. How can you create a product, a service, or investment that generates income? And the goal isn't just to earn more, it's to earn more efficiently so you can buy back your time. Your time is your most valuable asset. The wealthy focus on building systems and investment that makes more money without their active daily involvement. The wealthy understand and manage it well as well. This doesn't mean being reckless, but understanding that stagnation is often greater risk than well thought out ventures. And things like education, skills, networking, these are your most potent assets. The wealthy are lifelong learners, constantly upgrading their knowledge and expanding their network. Read books, take courses, find mentors. The middle class often think in terms of immediate gratification. The wealthy think, on the other hand, in decades. They have a long-term plan. They understand the power of compound interest and delayed gratification. All right, with the right mindset in place, let's talk about the practical steps before you jump into the big investment. You need solid foundation. These are non-negotiable. You can't control what you don't measure. Know exactly where every dollar goes. Use apps, spreadsheet, whatever works for you. This isn't about restrictions, it's about awareness and control. So, where are the actionable tips? Well, download a budgeting app or create a simple spreadsheet today. So, credit card debt, personal loans, if you have, pay it off aggressively. Every dollar you spend on interest is a dollar you can't invest in your future. Use the debt snowball or debt avalanche method to clear all of these. Aim for 3 to 6 months of living expenses in a separate, easily accessible savings account. This is your safety net, preventing you from going back into debt when unexpected life events happen. While cutting expenses is crucial, there is a limit. There is no limit on how much you can earn. There is a limit on how much you can cut, but there is no limit on how much you can earn. So, alright, are you getting paid what you are worth? Research market rates, build your case and ask for raises. Invest in courses or certification that makes you more valuable in your current job or open doors to higher paying roles. Explore ways to make extra money outside your 9 to 5 job. Things like freelancing, consulting, online businesses. These are not just extra cash, they are training ground for entrepreneurship. Pay yourself first. Let us set up an automatic transfer from your checking to your savings and investment accounts before you have a chance to spend it all. So you basically park your money and then you get over the urge of spending more. All right. So once your foundation is solid, it is time to shift your focus from solely earning money to having your money work for you. This is where the wealthy truly separate themselves. These are low cost, diversified, and hands off way to invest in the entire market. Perfect for a long term growth. Max out these tax advantaged retirement accounts. The tax benefits are immense, and time is your biggest ally with compounding. Buy properties and rent them out for passive income and appreciation. This often requires more capital and effort, but can be very rewarding. The way to invest in real estate without directly owning property is also you must explore. More liquid, less management intensive, and that is a property of the investment that you're seeking. This is arguably the fastest way to build significant wealth. Whether it is a brick or mortar or an online business, it gives you control, scalability, and uncapped income potential. E-commerce, content creation, consulting, digital products, low overhead, global reach, some of the ideas that I can throw right now. So there you have it. A comprehensive blueprint to escape the middle class trap and building the financial freedom you have been dreaming of. This journey isn't easy and it won't happen overnight. There will be a challenge, there may be setbacks and moments of doubt. But remember this, you are capable. You have the power to change your financial destiny. It starts with decision. A decision to stop accepting the status quo, to take control, and to build a life on your own terms. This isn't about hoarding money, it's about gaining options, option to travel, to spend more time with loved ones, to pursue your passion, to contribute to the cause you care about, and to live life on your own terms. Don't let the someday mentality hold you back. Your journey starts now. Pick one thing from this video, just one, and implement it today. So friends, if this video resonated with you, please hit the like button, subscribe for more content like this, and leave a comment or question in the comment section below. And hopefully you will be richer when we meet next time. So friends, see you in the next one.
In the dawn of civilization, when society sought order amid the chaos of human desire and duty, a sage named Manu stepped forward to weave the law into life. His vision was not confined to ritual or governance alone. It reached into the intimate bond between men and women, shaping the very foundation of family and societies. Manu's world became more than a rule. They were a mirror of cosmic balance, binding love, duty, and hierarchy into the framework that endured for centuries. Like Hammurabi in Babylon or Confucius in China, Manu's legacy reminds us that across culture, sages and lawgivers sought to tame the most powerful force of all, that is, relationship between men and women. And in doing so, they etched the blueprint of civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. In the tapestry of ancient Indian thought, few figures loom as prominently as Manu, the legendary lawgiver whose name is inseparably tied to the Manusmriti, a text that sought to codify the rhythm of human life. Manu was not merely a sage, he was envisioned as the archetypal legislator, the one who translated cosmic order into social norms. His laws, particularly those governing the relationship between men and women, revealed both the aspiration and the anxieties of civilization, striving to balance duty, morality, and hierarchy. So the Manusmriti present marriage not as a private contract, but as a sacred institution woven into the fabric of dharma, which is righteousness. Manu's vision of gender relationship was deeply rooted in the idea of complement the men and women, and the men and women were seen as two halves of cosmic order, cosmic as a whole, each with a distinct role that together sustained society. The woman was reserved as the bearer of lineage, a guardian of household sanctity, and the embodiment of nurturing power. The man, in return, was tasked with the protection, provision, and pursuit of spiritual and worldly duties. In this framework, the harmony was achieved not through the equality in the modern sense, but through the balance which fulfilling a role that maintained cosmic and social order. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. That will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward on this topic. Yet the Manu's law also reflect the patriarchal structure of his time. Through Manu actually elevated the feminine principle in symbolic way. He declared that where the women are honored, the god rejoice, and where they are dishonored, all right loses their efficacy. And sometimes this kind of few restrictions that actually become paradox when we talk about the modern times, and it also maybe actually resulted in the paradox of ancient gender norms. So the influence of Manu's vision extended far beyond domestic life by codifying rules of marriage, inheritance, and the conduct. He shaped the very architecture of society. His laws became a reference point for centuries, debated and adopted and sometimes restricted, but never ignored. So they provided a framework for order in the world where the oral tradition and the ritual practice needed the anchor to written codes or a written duty mentioning. So parallel to Manu can be found across the civilization. In the West, figures like Hammurabi of Babylon emerged as counterpart. Hammurabi's famous code inscribed on stone also sought to regulate family life, property, and justice, embodying the patriarchal norms within the broader vision of social stability. in the ancient Rome, the 12 table performed the similar function, defining the rights and duties of men and women within the civil order. In China, Confucian's teaching, though not codified in the same way, established the enduring principle of family hierarchy and gender role, and emphasizing the kind of all the duties, and at the same time it also mentioned the subordination of women within the household. So, like of these lawgivers or traditions, when we talk about these distinct codings, like Manu, they also sought to anchor the society in a vision of order that linked cosmic or moral principle with everyday relationship. But what makes Manu distinctive is the spiritual dimension he infused into law. For him, the regulation of men and women relationship was not merely a pragmatic, but a sacred, a reflection of dharma itself. So marriage was a right, not a contract. The household was a microcosm of the universe, and the woman as its center was both revered and bound by duty. This intertwined of the law, ritual, and cosmology gave Manu's vision a depth that continues to provoke reflection. So in the modern age, Manu's legacy is contested, sometimes criticized, but critics highlight the restrictive aspect of his law, especially regarding women's autonomy, while others emphasize the symbolic reverence and the attempt to harmonize the social life with cosmic principle. His parallel Hammurabi, Confucius, and Roman jurist reminded us that every civilization has grappled with the same challenge: how to regulate human relationship in a way that preserve the order, morality, and continuity. The answer differs, but the impulse is universal. Ultimately, Manu stands as both a product of his time, a figure of enduring influence, and his law revealed the ancient Indian attempt to weave the gender relation into a larger fabric of dharma, that is, righteousness, balancing reverence with restriction and symbolism with social control. In his vision, the relationship between men and women was not merely personal but civilizational, a cornerstone upon which the base of the society rested. And in this vision, we glimpse the perennial human quest to align the intimate bond of a family with the vast order of cosmos. So, Manu's vision of men and women was not merely about domestic order. It was about aligning human bonds with cosmic laws. His words inscribed in the Smriti actually became both revered and contested, shaping the centuries of thought on duty, family, and society. Like Hammurabi's stone tablet or Confucius' teaching, Manu's legacy reminds us that every civilization sought to anchor relationship in principle larger than themselves. His laws may reflect the paradox of their ages, but reverence entwined with restriction, but at the same time they endure as a testament to humanity's timeless quest for harmony between love, duty, and greater order of the world. So, we have come to the end of this discussion. Please mention or write your comments on this topic. Also, please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, welcome. The big question that we want to answer today is, can the ancient wisdom solve the 21st century CEO's biggest challenges? In this video, we break down the profound business implications as mentioned in Bhagavad Gita. While written thousands of years ago, this specific shlok offers masterclass in high performance leadership and strategic focus. The verse instruct basically asking the CEOs to keep away, and for the modern CEO this isn't just a spiritual advice, it's a blueprint for the flow state. Let us explore this further. Imagine you are a CEO in the middle of a high-stake acquisition. Your board is demanding results, your competitors are closing in, and your team is looking at you for a vision. You feel that the weight of thousands of decisions is too much on your shoulders. Your mind is a storm of what ifs. Now imagine a warrior standing on a literal battlefield, paralyzed by the same doubt. This was Arjun 7,000 years ago. So often we think of ancient wisdom as something for a yoga retreat or a quiet temple, but the most powerful leadership manual ever written, and that is Bhagavad Gita, wasn't spoken in a forest. It was spoken in the middle of a war zone. Today we are diving into one of the specific verse, which is chapter 8 verse 7, that contains the ultimate formula for modern executive performance. It is a secret to bring all in without burning out. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Now let's look at the text. Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, and the quote starts, "Therefore at all times think of me and fight. With your mind and intellect surrounded to me or surrendered to me, you will surely come to me." At first glance, a busy executive might say, I don't have time to think of God while I'm looking at Q3 projections. But look closer at the duality Bhagwan Krishna proposes. He doesn't say stop fighting or meditate. He says think of me and fight. Right? So in business context, me is the divine, represents your higher purpose or your inner center. This is a double focus strategy, and there are several things which are associated with this. First is the internal, maintaining a core of stillness and value. What is external? executing your duty with 100% intensity. Most CEO think performance comes from juggling 10 things at once. Science tells us that that's a lie. Multitasking is just switching tasks rapidly, which lowers your IQ by 10 points. Verse 8.7 offers a different way, which is absorption. When Bhagwan Krishna says surrender your mind and intellect, he is describing what modern psychology calls the flow state. When you surrender the outcome, the anxiety of whether the deal will close or if the stock will dip, you basically free up 100% of your cognitive resources for the action itself. You aren't fighting the market and your own anxiety at the same time. You are just fighting the market without any anxiety. And that makes you dangerous for the competitors. Don't you think so? So how do you actually do this in the boardroom? It comes down to 3 pillars. Number 1, the intentional detachment. You are responsible for the effort, not the fruit. If you're obsessed with fruit, which is things like bonus, ego, praise, your hand will shake definitely. If you focus only on the duty, which can be strategy, the team, and the product, and your strike is true. Second is the anchor. What is the anchor here in this case? What Bhagwan Krishna is asking you to do? Before a big meeting, find your me. For some it is like a 30-second breathing exercise. For others, it's a core value like integrity or service. That is your anchor. You think of me, which is the anchor, and then you fight, which is the meeting. Number 3 is surrendered intellect. This means during your homework, the data, the spreadsheet, the research, and then trusting your intuition. You have done the work. Now let the higher intelligence take over. So why do CEOs burn out? It is not the hard work. Humans are built for hard work. We burn out because of the emotional friction. Emotional friction is a thought of me being replaced by thought of me. How do I look? What if I fail? What will they think of me? Etc. etc. Verse 8.7 removes the I from the equation. When you are absorbed in me, you are a vessel for the task. The work becomes a worship. When work is worship, it doesn't drain you, it sustains you. The verse ends with a promise, you will reach me certainly. And the quote close. In the spiritual sense, this is the liberation. In the business sense, this is the pinnacle of leadership. It is a point where you are no longer a victim of the market volatility or internal stress. You are a leader who is both a warrior and a sage. So tomorrow morning when you open your laptop or walk into the keynotes, remember the command from 7,000 years ago. And it says, don't just fight. Think of me and fight. So internalize and stillness, they externalize the excellence. That is how the ancient wisdom powers the modern performance. So friends, please let me know what you think about this, and if you have any questions or any doubts, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I close this session, I would like to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Hello friends, the big question that we want to address today is that is your mind working for you or against you? This is a very age old question many people have tried to answer, but today we are going to take a deep dive into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is a very ancient document. It's a very ancient manuscript. However, ancient or not, it offers a timeless wisdom for the modern CEOs and entrepreneurs. And in fact, this particular question is beautifully answered in one of the verse which every modern CEO and entrepreneur must hear and see. So let us take the deep dive and try to answer this very profound question, which is about your mind. Let's go.
Hello friends, welcome and namaskaram. In this video, we explore the bold, uncompromising move by Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose to step away from the Congress party and establish the forward bloc. Why did he break away? What was his vision for a radical nationalism? And how did this decision challenge the political status quo of the British India? Join us as we analyze the historical context of the Congress split, the ideological rift between Bose and party leadership, and the lasting impact of the forward bloc on the fight for the Indian independence. Let's go. The year was 1939. The world is on the brink of the Second Global War. But inside India, a different kind of war is brewing. A political struggle that could redefine the fight for independence. Most of us know Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose as a commander of the Azad Hind Fauj, a man of action, a man of war. But before he picked up the rifle, he picked up the pen and the podium, challenging the very establishment he helped build. Today we are talking about something which happened in 1940. We are going to deconstruct one of the most controversial and pivotal movement in the Indian freedom struggle, the split that birthed the forward bloc. Was it a betrayal of unity, or was it a necessary evolution for the revolution? So let's dive into the history of Netaji's rebellion. But friends, before that, please let us know from which city you have tuned in into this video. That will help us determine the reach of our channel. To understand the birth of the forward bloc, we have to understand the breaking point. The year was 1939. The Indian National Congress was the undisputed face of the freedom movement. Subhash Chandra Bose ji had just been re-elected as the president of the Congress at Tripuri. But this victory was bitter. It was clear that Bose's ideology, which favored an immediate, armed, struggle and unyielding push for independence, was increasingly at the odds with the mainstream leadership, particularly the faction aligned with Mahatma Gandhi ji. गांधी जी famously said, "पता है भाई, defeat is my defeat. Your defeat is my defeat." The pressure became very immense. The Congress was caught between two paths: the path of non-violent and the gradual constitutional change, and the path for radical mass mobilized resistance. Bose realized that if he stayed, he would be a figurehead with no power to act. So he did the unthinkable. He resigned. Imagine the tension. The hero of the youth, the man who stood up to the British Empire with fire in his eyes, was now an outsider in his own political home. But Bose wasn't the type to walk away from the mission. He realized that if the Congress wasn't going to lead the radical charge, he would have to build a new platform to do it himself. And so on May 3rd, in the year 1939, Subhash Chandra Bose ji founded the Forward Bloc. At first, it wasn't a separate party, it was a faction within Congress. It was sort of a pressure group, but what it stands for, why the name was forward is a big question that we will tackle now. The name was deliberate. Bose wanted to move the country forward. He wasn't interested in slow negotiations. He was a socialist at heart, deeply influenced by the global anti colonial movement of the time. He believed that the only way to break the British hold on India was through mass mobilization. He wanted Congress to adopt a policy of uncompromising anti imperialism. He wanted the working class, the farmers, and the youth to be the engine of the revolution. To his critic, he was sort of a rebel. To his followers, he was realist. Bose understood that World War II was an opportunity. He knew the British Empire was overstretched. He saw that the chaos of war was the perfect opening for an Indian uprising. The Forward Bloc was built to capitalize on that opening. It wasn't just a political party, it was a call to arms for the Indian consciousness. This led us to 1940, the transition from a faction to a rebellion. While mainstream Congress leadership was hesitant, keeping one foot in the door of negotiations, Bose convinced the anti-compromising conference at Ramgarh in the March of 1940. This was a moment the bridge was completely broken. At Ramgarh, Bose didn't mince his words. He called for a massive nationwide civil disobedience movement. He declared that no compromise should be made with the British, especially while they were weakened by the war in Europe. While the Congress was organizing the individual satyagrah, Bose was organizing the masses for a total blockade of the British administration. This is why it is called the rebellion. Bose did just disagree with the method. He challenged the mandate of the Congress leadership. He challenged the status quo. He essentially said, if you are afraid to lead the people to total freedom, step aside. We will do it for you. It was a bold, dangerous, and incredibly lonely path, but it was exactly the kind of path Netaji was known for. So, looking back from 2026, why does this matter? Why does the story of 1940 forward block still resonate? Because the history is rarely a straight line. It's sometimes messy, conflicted, and intense struggle of ideas. The split between Congress and the forward bloc teaches us about the nature of leadership. It highlights the eternal struggle between patience and urgency. It reminds us that sometimes to stay true to your own principles, one has to be willing to stand alone. Netaji's forward block wasn't just a footnote in history, it was also a catalyst. It forced the mainstream movement to keep the pressure on. It gave a voice to the radicals who felt that the dream of independence was being stifled by the bureaucracy. Netaji Subhash Chandra Bose ji left the Congress, but he never left the cause of India's freedom. The forward block was just one chapter in much larger, more legendary life of Netaji's. But it remains a fascinating study of conviction. It's a reminder that the political courage isn't just about winning an election, it's about defining what you stand for, even when everyone else tells you to fall in line. So, friends, what do you think? Was Netaji's decision to break away away the right move for India's freedom struggle, or would a united front have been more effective? Let me know your comments below. And friends, as you know, I read each and every comment that I receive from you. So if you learned something new about 1940 today, hit that like button and subscribe for more deep dives into turning points of our history. Thanks for watching. And friends, I will see you very soon in the next one. Hello, friends. Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Let me ask you, are you obsessed with KPIs, quarterly targets, and the constant fear of failure? If yes, then you have reached the right place. Because the world's most effective leaders have discovered a secret that seems counterintuitive. The most sustainable success comes from when you stop chasing the result and start mastering the action. Therefore, in this video, we dive deep and take help from Bhagavad Gita and its profound implications for the modern executive strategy. This is not just a philosophy, it is a tactical manual for achieving the steadiness of yoga in the high pressure boardroom. We will discover how the Nishkam Karm, the practice of detached action to sharpen your decision making, reduce executive burnout, and drive long term business growth. Let us explore this novel idea further. In the world of business, we are obsessed with one thing: the results. We live by the numbers, quarterly earnings, KPIs, growth metrics, market share. If the numbers are up, you are a genius. If they are down, you are becoming a liability. But what if I told you that the highest performing CEOs are the one who navigate market crashes, technological shifts, and internal crises with uncanny calm, are the ones who have mastered the art of ignoring the results. Today, we are looking at the radical shift in executive strategy. We are bridging the gap between the 21st century management and 5,000-year-old wisdom. We are talking about chapter 2, verse 48 of the Bhagavad Gita, and why this specific verse might just be the most powerful business tool you never knew you had. So, friends, if you have reached so far, please let me know name of your city or country from where you are, tuned in and watching this video. All right, let's proceed further. We operate in a state of constant anxiety. When the CEO focuses solely on the outcome, they become a hostage to that outcome. If you are desperate for a specific result, say a certain stock price by Q3, you lose your ability to make rational long term decisions. When the market dips, the result obsessed CEO panics. They slash budgets indiscriminately. They pivot too quickly or they burn out their talent to save the numbers. They are playing the game of catch up with the future because they are terrified at the present. This is a result trap. If the force it forces you into a short-termism, a short-term goal, a short-term vision, it kills innovation because innovation requires failure, and the result-obsessed mind cannot tolerate the possibility of the failure. So, how do we break free from this situation? The Bhagavad Gita offers us a solution that seems almost counterintuitive for a capitalist society. Chapter 2, verse 48 says, and the quote starts, O Dhananjay, fix your mind on duty without any thought of the resulting success or failure and achieve the steadiness of yoga. And the quote close. Let's unpack this. First, fix your mind on duty. In Sanskrit, it is known as swadharma. It means focusing on your role, your specific function, and your inherent purpose. You are not the quarterly report creator. You are the leader. Your duty is to manage culture, strategy, vision, and execution. Second, without any thought of resulting success or failure. This is the core of the Nishkam Karma or detached action. It means you stop caring about profit. It means you stop letting your emotional state to be dictated by the outcome. And finally, achieve the steadiness of yoga. In this context, yoga isn't about physical posture. It's about equanimity, a state of mind that remains unshakable whether the deal closes or the market crashes. So, friends, how does this translate into your boardroom, my boardroom, our boardroom? Think of it this way. You cannot control the market. You cannot control the global economic shift. You cannot always control if a competitor launches a game changing AI tool next Tuesday. But you can control the inputs. You can control the quality of your code. You can control the transparency of your communication. You can control the rigor of your research. When you fix your mind on the duty, on the excellence of the process, the results become a byproduct, not the source of your anxiety. The best CEOs are the one who shows up to the negotiation table, the product launch, or the crisis meeting with absolute presence, because they aren't mentally living in that what if of the outcome. They are present in how of the execution. They are unshakable. They aren't reacting to the noise. They are dictating the tempo. So if you want to integrate this, here are few points like a playbook for this week. First, detach from the metrics. Next time you look at the dashboard, ask yourself, am I looking at this to learn or am I looking at this to soothe my anxiety? If it is anxiety, step away from that. Number two, focus on the duty blocks. Dedicate your morning to your highest value activity, the duty that moves the needle without checking the inbox or the stock price. Third, practice equanimity. When you get bad news, pause for 10 seconds. Do not react. That 10-second gap is where you reclaim your steadiness of yoga. It allows you to respond with strategics instead of reflexes. Remember, you are the pilot, not the weather. You cannot control the turbulence, but you can control how you handle your aeroplane. The market will continue to fluctuate. The result will come and go, but the leader who acts with purpose, with precision, and with steadiness of yoga, that leader is the one who lasts the longest. Stop chasing the result, start mastering the action. Everything else will follow. If this resonated with you, hit the subscribe button. We are building a community of leaders at Akulmach, and these leaders who aren't afraid to take challenges and do not follow the status quo. So please subscribe our channel. I am CK, and I will see you very soon in the next one. Hello friends, in this section of our live stream, we dive deep into the groundbreaking journey of the Artemis 2 mission, where human crew finally ventured into the shadow of the moon. For decades, we have relied on the robotic probes to map the lunar far side, but the human eye sees what camera often misses. Join us as we explore the incredible sights witnessed by crew from never before seen crater complex to eerie rugged terrain of the lunar South Pole. Let's go and explore this further. For over 50 years, the far side of the moon has been a place of myth and robotic photography. We have seen the grainy black and white photos from the Soviet probes and high definition scans from the lunar reconnaissance orbiters. But until April 2026, no human eye had looked upon the moon's hidden face since the end of Apollo program. On April 1st, 2026, four pioneers, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Koch, and Jeremy Hansen, shook the Florida coast as they rode a pillar of fire into the sky. They weren't just going back to the moon, they were going beyond it. Artemis 2 was designed to test the limits of the Orion spacecraft, but it becomes something much more. A voyage into the darkness where humans saw things that camera simply cannot capture. Today we are looking at what the crew of Artemis 2 discovered when they crossed into the lunar night. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. As Orion moved away from Earth, the crew achieved a milestone that had stood from over half a century. On April 4th, they officially surpassed the distance recorded set by Apollo 13, reaching a maximum distance of over 250 to 760 miles from our home planet. But the real mission began on April 6th. As the spacecraft swung around the moon, the crew prepared for the loss of signal, which is LOS. This is the moment when the massive bulk of moon blocks all radio waves from Earth. For 40 minutes, the crew of Artemis 2 were almost isolated humans in history. In fact, the most isolated humans, completely alone in the silent vacuum of the lunar far side. It was during this window of silence that the unseen moon began to reveal itself, reveal its secrets. Why is the far side so different? To the naked eye, the side of the moon we see from Earth is covered in something called Maria, those dark, smooth volcanic plains. But as the Artemis crew looked at through their window, they saw a world that was rugged, battered, and almost entirely mountainous. They passed over the Hertzsprung Basin, a massive double-ringed impact crater that stretches over 300 mile wide. Mission specialist Christina Koch noted the intricate rings of the basin, which looked far more 3D and jagged than the satellite photo had ever suggested before that. But then something unexpected happened. As they moved into the moon's shadow, the crew witnessed a rare in space solar eclipse. From their perspective, the moon completely swallowed the sun. The pilot Victor Glover described the sight as unreal. When the sun blocked, the crew could see the sun's corona, its ghostly outer atmosphere, flaring out from behind the black disk of the moon. But even more incredible was the Earth's shine, because the Earth was nearly full from the moon's perspective. It reflected enough light to actually illuminate the dark surface of the moon in a soft, eerie blue glow. Perhaps the most startling discovery made during those hours in the darkness was something the scientists back at NASA hadn't explicitly planned for. While peering at the darkened lunar surface, the crew began to report seeing pinpricks of lights. Commander Reed Wiseman radioed back once communication was restored, and he said, the quote start, that was definitely an impact flash. And Jeremy just saw another one. And the quote close. So in total, the crew reported 6 distinct meteoroids striking and hitting the moon in real time. These were tiny space rocks slamming into the lunar soil at tens and thousands of miles per hour, exploding in a millisecond long burst of bluish white light. Why is this a big deal? Because it proves that the moon is under constant bombardment. For future missions like Artemis 3, where astronauts will actually live on the surface, understanding the frequency of these impact flashes is a matter of life and death. The crew's eyes were able to detect this tiny, fast event that most automated satellite would have definitely missed. Artemis 2 splashed down safely in the Pacific on April 10, 2026, but the data they brought back is changing everything. We know that the far side topology is even more complex than we imagined, and that the dark side of the moon is far more active than we once thought. So as we look towards the future, to the first woman and the next man walking on the lunar South Pole, we do so with the knowledge gathered by 4 people who went into the darkness, came back with a new vision of our closest neighbor, which is the unseen moon. So the unseen moon is unseen no longer. So if you want to stay updated on the upcoming Artemis 3 landing and the future of Mars exploration, make sure to hit the subscribe button. The journey is just beginning, and I will see you in the next one. Before I leave this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I'd like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. In a landmark deal that reshapes the global AI landscape, Meta has officially partnered with Reliance Industries to build its first ever AI-enabled data centers in India. Located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, this 168 megawatt facility is more than just infrastructure. It is a clear signal that India is rapidly becoming the backbone of the next generation of artificial intelligence. Let us explore this further. Hello everyone, my name is CK and welcome back to Akulmach Business. If you have been following the global tech landscape, you know the narrative has shifted. For years, the story of artificial intelligence was written almost exclusively in Silicon Valley. But today, the center of gravity is moving. Just day before yesterday, on June 10th, 2026, we saw a watershed movement. Meta has officially announced its first build-to-suit AI data center in India, located in Jamnagar, Gujarat, in partnership with Reliance Industries. We are talking about massive 168 megawatt facility that will eventually power some of the most advanced AI workloads on this planet. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, but why India? Why is a global giant like Meta pouring such massive capital into our backyard? Today we are going to peel back the layers of this strategy. This isn't just about servers, it's about the intelligence era. Let's look at the logistics. Why Jamnagar? Reliance isn't building a warehouse, because usually all the big business of Reliance, which are bulk in nature, are all located in Jamnagar. So they are building a hyperscale campus. This facility isn't just powered by the grid, it is designed for sustainability using renewable energy and desalinated seawater for cooling. Meta is covering the cost to ensure this isn't just big, it is efficient. And look at the geography. Jamnagar sits right next to the key undersea cable landing station. Meta is connecting this facility to Project Waterworth, the world's longest subsea cable system. This allows them to tie India's digital infrastructure directly to their global nervous system. For Meta, India isn't just a market of 1.4 billion people anymore. It is becoming a compute hub. They are betting that India's infrastructure can handle the most complex AI reasoning models, and they are backing it with over a gigawatt of renewable energy agreement with partners like CleanMax. Think back to 2016. The conversation in India was about the cost of the data. We led a revolution that made the internet accessible for everyone. Mukesh Ambani said recently, India cannot afford to rent intelligence. Therefore, we will have to reduce the cost of intelligence as dramatically as we did with the cost of data. And that is the mission. Meta's partnership with Reliance and their joint venture in artificial intelligence is aimed at democratizing high-end AI tools. And what is that we are talking about here? We're talking about starting with business agents, automating customer services across WhatsApp, Messenger, Instagram for millions of small businesses. Number two, creator assistant, giving the massive Indian creator economy the tool to analyze performance and generate content in real time. Meta is betting that if they provide the tool for intelligence, the Indian market will build the solution on top of it. So, why are they doing this now? Because the data is undeniably very important. A recent BCG report shows that India leads the world in workplace AI adoption. 97% of the Indian managers are using AI regularly. We aren't just consumers of technology, we are at its most enthusiastic implementers. When you combine our demographic dividend, our massive technical talent pool, and now this world class infrastructure that Meta and Reliance are laying down, you got an ecosystem that is perfectly primed for a particular scaling. A global giant realized that if they want to win in AI, they don't just need to sell to India, they need to build in India. So, what does this mean for people like you and me? For the developers, for the business owners, and for the students watching this channel, it means the barriers to entry for AI innovation is collapsing. With the level of infrastructure, India is transitioning from service provider to global hub for AI driven transformation. We are no longer just outsourcing work, we are insourcing the intelligence revolution. As we see these data centers come online over the next 2 years, keep a close eye on the applications being built here. We are entering an era where your local business, your education system, your career will be powered by compute capacity that was previously unimaginable. So friends, once again, my name is CK and this is Akulmach Business. If you found this deep dive valuable, hit that like button, subscribe subscribe to the channel, and let me know in the comments, do you think India will become the #1 global destination for AI development by 2030? Let us discuss it more, and I await your messages and opinions. See you in the next one.
Hello friends, the big question that we want to address today is that is your mind working for you or against you? This is a very age old question many people have tried to answer, but today we are going to take a deep dive into Bhagavad Gita. And friends, as you know, Bhagavad Gita is a very ancient document. It's a very ancient manuscript. However, ancient or not, it offers a timeless wisdom for the modern CEOs and entrepreneurs. And in fact, this particular question is beautifully answered in one of the verse which every modern CEO and entrepreneur must hear and see. So let us take the deep dive and try to answer this very profound question, which is about your mind. Let's go.
In the world of business, we are trained to analyze everything. We analyze market trends, competitor strategies, cash flow, and consumer behavior. We spend millions on business intelligence. But there is one piece of intelligence that most leaders completely ignore. And that is one thing that dictates every decision you make, every reaction you have under pressure, and ultimately legacy you leave behind. I am talking about your mind, which is your mind as well as mine. Think about it. You can have the best strategy in the world, but if your mind is clouded by anxiety, ego, or fatigue, that strategy is worthless. Over 7,000 years ago, on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, a warrior prince named Arjun faced the ultimate leadership crisis. He was paralyzed by doubts. It was then that Bhagwan Krishna delivered a line that remains the most important psychological insight for any executive today. Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 6. It's the difference between a CEO who thrives and one who burns out. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. For him who's conquered the mind is the best of the friend. But for one who has failed to do so, his very mind will be the greatest enemy. And this is a quote translated into English. This isn't just a spiritual talk. This is the high level operational reality. When your mind is conquered, it's like having a rogue employee in your C-suite. It creates imaginary problems, fixated on past failures, and reacts with anger when a deadline is missed. It is the voice that tells you to send that angry email at 2 a.m. It's an enemy because it works against your goals. When conquered, the mind becomes your most loyal chief of staff. It stays calm when the market crashes. It sees opportunities when others sees obstacles. It is disciplined, focused, and most importantly, it listens to you. Why is this so hard for leaders? As a CEO, your mind is constantly on. You are bombarded with Prakriti, which is the external material world, data, noise, opinions, and crisis. The Bhagavad Gita teaches that the mind, by its very nature, is flickering and turbulent. If you don't actively conquer it, it defaults to a state of reactive survival. The three traits of enemy mind is in business today can be summarized like this. First is impulsivity, making decision based on temporary emotions rather than long-term data. Next is ego attachment, caring more about being right than getting the right result. Third, mental fatigue, the inability to switch off, leading to decision fatigue, the silent killer of the companies. So when your mind is your enemy, you aren't leading your company, you are being led by your impulses. So how do we conquer it? Bhagwan Krishna doesn't suggest we suppress the mind or kill it. He says to win it over. So in Gita, the mind is often compared to the reins of the chariot. If the driver, which can be equated to your intellect, let go of the rein, the horses, which are your senses, so your senses run wild. So in the end, I will like to offer 3 strategic steps for the modern leaders using which they can actually implement this in their professional life. Step 1, observation. Basically the witness mind. Before you can control your mind, you must observe it. In your next board meeting, notice when your enemy mind start to get defensive. Don't act on it, just label it. That is my ego feeling threatened. This creates a gap between the impulse and the action. Step 2, consistent practice. Krishna tells Arjun that the mind is conquered through abhyas, which is constant practice. For a CEO, this means mental discipline, whether it is meditation, deep work blocks, or structured reflections. You must train your mind like a muscle. Step 3, detachment. This is the most misunderstood word in the business. Detachment doesn't mean you don't care. It means you are detached from the result. You are focused 100% on the process and the action. When you aren't terrified of the outcome, your enemy mind loses its power over you. Imagine two CEOs facing a 20% drop in their revenue. CEO A has unconquered mind. They blame the team, stop sleeping, micromanage everyone, and project fear. The enemy mind is in charge and the company spirals out of control. Now let's go to CEO B. CEO B has conquered mind. They acknowledge the loss, remain calm, gather the team, and ask, what is the most important logical next step now? They sleep 7 hours because they know tired mind is a weak mind. Their mind is their best friend, providing them with the resilience needed to pivot when the need arises. So, which one of these minds or the CEO you are? Do let me know. Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 6 is a call to arms, not a war against others, but a war against your own lower instincts. As a leader, your greatest asset isn't your bank balance or your intellectual property, it is the quality of your consciousness. Your challenge for the week, therefore, is next time when you feel stressed or angry, stop. Ask yourself, in this moment, is my mind being my friend or my enemy? If you want to lead a great company, you must first lead yourself. If you found this integration of ancient wisdom and modern leadership valuable, hit that like button, subscribe for more insights from Gita for the modern world. Conquer your mind and you will conquer the world. So friends, we have come to the end. Before I end this section, few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, we all know that the stars, when they run out of their fuel, explodes into a supernova, especially the kind of star which are much larger than sun. They have to be larger than sun in order to become a supernova. However, there are certain stars which don't simply explode, they turn into a hot blowtorch. And this is a very specific phenomena, and to understand this type of supernova we will take a deep dive into high energy astrophysics, and we will examine this phenomena which is known as hotter than hell, also known in scientific term as the fast blue optical transient, and also known as the blue death. What is this phenomena? Let us explore this further.
Friends, in the vacuum of space, color is a liar. We have been taught from childhood that the red means hot and the blue means cool. Think of your kitchen faucet. But in the realm of high energy astrophysics, the universe flipped the script. Red is the color of dying ember, and blue is the color of cosmic blowtorch. But most stars end their lives in a predictable fiery explosion we call supernova. They expand, they glow red or orange, and they fade over months. But recently we have discovered something that defies this particular rule. A class of explosion so fast, so bright, and so intensely blue that they have earned a terrifying nickname, which is fast blue optical transient, or FBOT. So we call them FBOTs. Today we are diving into the hotter than hell physics of blue stellar deaths. We aren't just talking about big explosions, we're talking about the most violent thermal events since the Big Bang. Well friends, if you've reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. To understand why a blue death is so significant, we have to talk about Wien displacement law. In simple terms, the hotter an object is, the shorter the wavelength of the light it emits. A standard supernova might reach temperature of 10,000 to 20,000 Kelvin. That put them firmly in the visible white to yellow range. But these blue transient, they are screaming at a temperature exceeding 40,000 Kelvin, and in some cases hitting hundreds of thousands of degrees in their initial movements. When a star dies blue, it is telling that the energy density is off the chart. It is not just emitting light, it is emitting high frequency, high energy photons that sit right on the edge of the ultraviolet and X-ray spectrum. The question is, what kind of star has enough fuel to die this spectacularly? You can't get a blue explosion from a boring star like our sun. For a hotter than hell exit, you need a Wolf-Rayet star. These are the heavyweight of the galaxy. Stars that started out at 20 or 30 times the mass of sun but has already blown off their outer layers of hydrogen. What is left is naked exposed core of helium, carbon and oxygen burning with a ferocity that is hard to visualize. Because they have lost their cushion of hydrogen, when the core collapses, there is nothing to slow down the shock wave. It is like an engine exploding without a hood. The energy hits the vacuum of space instantly. This lack of an outer envelope is the first ingredient in the recipe for the fast blue optical transient. For a long time, these were just theoretical. Then came a phenomenon known as AT2018 COW, which is cow, AT 2018 cow. Astronomers affectionately called it the cow because of its random letter designation. But there was nothing gentle about it. The cow was 10 to 100 times brighter than the normal supernova, and it reached its peak brightness in just 3 days. A typical supernova takes weeks to ramp up. The cow didn't just explode, it flashed. What shocked scientists most was the blue signature. It stayed hot for far too long. According to the standard physics, it should have cooled down as the debris expanded. Instead, it was as if there was a central engine, a hidden furnace inside the wreckage, pumping out fresh energy and keeping the temperature at a blistering blue hot level. So, what is that central engine? Physicists currently have two main theories for how these blue deaths occur. Imagine the core collapse. It is so massive that it skips the explosion phase and goes straight into a black hole. As the rest of the star tries to fall into the black hole, it creates a massive traffic jam called accretion disk. This disk spins so fast and gets so hot, it launches a jet of plasma through the star's, whatever the star remains, and nearly at the speed of light. That jet is blue light we see. In this version, the core collapses into a magnetar, a neutron star with a magnetic field trillion times stronger than the Earth's, spinning hundred of time per second. This magnetic whirling injects a colossal amount of kinetic energy into the explosion, acting like a cosmic microwave that keeps the debris cloud at blue hot temperature. So why do we spend millions of dollars on these expensive telescopes to find these blue blips? Because they are the laboratories of the extreme. FBOTs allow us to watch the birth of black holes and magnetars in real time. Usually we find these objects millions of years after they were formed. With blue stellar death, we are seeing the first cry of a new celestial monster. They also act as the cosmic flashlights because they are so bright. They illuminate the gas and dust in distant galaxies, helping us map the cosmic web that holds the universe together. Every time we catch a blue flash, we are refining our understanding of how matter behaves under the most extreme gravity and heat possible. The universe is a violent place, but there is a strange beauty in its destruction. A blue stellar death is the ultimate paradox. A star that has run out of life yet shines with more intensity than billion suns combined. It's a final defiant scream across the vacuum. Next time, when you look up at a clear night sky, remember that twinkling white stars are just the beginning. Out there in the deep dark, something is turning blue, breaking the laws of physics and providing that something truly are hotter than hell. So, thanks for watching, thanks for listening. If you enjoyed this deep dive into physics of the cosmos, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Until next time, keep looking up. Before I go, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. हेलो दोस्तों, नमस्कारम। आप सबका स्वागत है। और आज है 2 जुलाई यानी कि बृहस्पतिवार यानी कि थर्सडे। तो आज का दिन जो है वो भगवान विष्णु के लिए समर्पित है। तो हम हर रोज भगवान की पूजा करते हैं। आज हम विष्णु भगवान की पूजा करेंगे और एक मंत्र का सिंपल सा मंत्र है, 11 दफा उच्चारण करेंगे, रिसाइटेशन। तो हर रोज की तरह मैं इस काउंटर को यूज करूंगा। आप जैसे मर्जी इसको करना चाहें, आपके पास माला है या अपने मन में आप करना चाहें, आप फ्री समझिए, कैसे भी आप करिए, लेकिन 11 दफा करना है। हर थर्सडे को, हर बृहस्पतिवार को अपना दिन शुरू करने से पहले भगवान का नमन करना जरूरी है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लेते हैं और इस काउंटर को हम अपने पास रखते हैं और शुरू हो जाते हैं अपना भगवान विष्णु की आराधना के लिए। ओम वासुदेवाय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारी आज की पूजा समाप्त हुई और अब हम अपना दिन शुरू कर सकते हैं। जैसे हमारा दिन शुभ है, हम इसकी कामना करते हैं, वैसे ही हम इसकी भी कामना करते हैं कि आपका दिन भी मंगलमय और शुभ रहे। इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को हम अभी यहाँ पे बंद करते हैं, लेकिन जल्दी ही मिलता हूँ दूसरे वीडियो में। नमस्कार।
In the world where the science keeps redrawing the boundaries of what we know, the discovery of first detailed smell map of human nose feels almost poetic, isn't it? A revolution of order hidden within the chaos. For centuries, we believed scent was simple chemical whisper, drifting aimlessly into breath. But now, scientists have uncovered a structured symphony beneath that simplicity. A network of olfactory receptors arranged with precision and each tuned to its own molecular melody. And this breakthrough doesn't just rewrite the biology textbook, it opens a door to the future of sensory intelligence. So let's find out more. The human nose has been treated as a simple gateway to scent, a passive receptor of invisible molecules drifting through the air. But recent research has shattered the notion. Scientists have now unveiled the first detailed smell map of the nose, a discovery that redraws the boundaries of sensory biology. Imagine a machine that can smell disease before symptoms appears, or a digital environment that evoke emotions through a scent as vividly as color and sound. So the nose now, once underestimated, has become a frontier of innovation, a living code that could teach technology how to feel. So, in this unfolding chapter of science, the smell map is more than anatomy. It is a blueprint for empathy, for memory, and for perception itself. So, the future may well breathe through the discovery one molecule at a time. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward. So in this new map, olfactory receptors are not scattered randomly as once believed. They form an intricate neighborhood, each tuned to specific chemical families, treating as a living mosaic of perception. So the nose, it turns out, is not just a detector. It is an active interpreter, translating molecular patterns into emotional and cognitive experiences. So this breakthrough overturns the decades textbook models. It suggests that smell is far more complex and then a simple signal and sent to the brain. So it is dynamic conversation between biology and memory. So the implication ripples outward from medicine to artificial intelligence. Understanding how the nose organize and decode scent could lead to bio-inspired sensors that mimic human intuitions or capable of detecting disease markers, or maybe environmental toxins or even emotional state through chemical cues. So looking to the future, this smell map may become a blueprint for synthetic olfactory machine that can smell as humans do, and bridging the gap between organic and digital perception. It could redefine how we design perfume and diagnose illness or even communicate emotion in a virtual space. So, in essence, the nose has revealed itself as a universe of order and meaning, that biological cosmos where every molecule finds its place and every scent tells a story. The future of sensory science now lies in decoding the story one breath at a time. So the implications are profound, and you also understand that. The smell is no longer just a sensory whisper. It is a coded language, a biological choreography that shapes memory, emotion, and perception. So by decoding this map, scientists may unlock new frontiers. Machine that can smell disease before symptoms appear, or maybe a machine or something which the sensors can detect environment toxins with humans, like intuitions or immersive digital world where the scent become a vivid as sight and sound. So this breakthrough is more than an anatomy. It is a visible or maybe a visible vision, a profound vision of the future. The nose is definitely important, and this also in every breath, and we know that things will definitely move forward into this innovation. So this breakthrough, it is definitely a humble yet profound implication on the human life, and has become a frontier of innovation and going forward, which will be offering a blueprint of synthetic olfactory and bio-inspired technology. So in every breath lies a story, and now we hold the key to read it. So we have come to the end of this information. We look forward for your comments, and thanks for watching. Please like and subscribe our channel. So see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends, you are most welcome. Namaskaram. In today's volatile market, CEOs are constantly looking for sustainable edge. While we obsess over metrics and ROI, the ancient wisdom offers a different perspective on growth and risk management. In order to address this issue, we will take help of Bhagavad Gita, and in this video we break down some of the learnings that can, tell us how to do better risk management. Let's go and discuss this further. Friends, you are a CEO. You live life by the key performance indicator. You look at the balance sheet, quarterly projections, and market share percentage. You are wired to believe that everything in business must have an immediate, measurable return on investment. If it doesn't scale, if it doesn't hit the bottom line today, you are told that it's a waste of time. But what if I told you that there is one specific investment, that is one strategy that defies the laws of quarterly accounting? What if I told you that in world of high frequency volatility, the most efficient thing you can do for your company is to commit to a path that seemingly doesn't offer a quick payout? So friends, if you have reached so far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now let's move ahead. Today, we are going to look at 5,000-year-old business strategy from Bhagavad Gita. It's a verse that every CEO who is worried about longevity of their brand needs to, internalize. Following the path of dharma will never go waste, and that is where that is the first stanza of the verse. It will never hamper your progress, whereas even a little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is chapter 2, verse 40 of Bhagavad Gita. Now let us break it down. First, the word dharma. In business, especially in the business context, think of dharma not just as religion, but as your purpose or your right action. It is the alignment of your organization with its core values, its truth, and the responsibility to the ecosystem it operates in. The words make two massive claims. First, it will never go waste. Second, it saves you from many dangers. Let's look at why this is the ultimate competitive advantage. In business, we often view purpose or the ethics as a luxury. We think once I hit my revenue target, then I'll focus on the purpose. We treat it as an expense, something that sits in the charity budget, not the growth budget, etc. But the Gita argues the opposite. It says that the action taken in alignment with your true purpose never go waste. Think about compounding interest. When you start a business, your early efforts often yield zero visible results. You are pouring time, money, and soul into a product or a culture that hasn't taken off yet. But the traditional metrics, that is wasted time, but Dharma says no. So, as per the tradition, you will think, oh, it's completely gone case and time wasted and revenue loss. But Dharma says no. Every ethical decision, every moment of the integrity, every time you choose the right thing over the easy thing, you are building a brand equity that is invisible to your competitors. It is not wasted, it is compounding. When a crisis hit, that bank account of trust and purpose is exactly what keeps your company solvent. Now look at the second part of the verse. Even the little advancement will save you from many dangers. This is essentially the ancient definition of anti fragility. We spend millions on risk management, legal teams, and compliance. We try to build walls around our business to prevent disaster. But the Gita suggests that the most effective risk mitigation management strategy isn't a firewall, it is your purpose. When your company is grounded in a strong why, a deep sense of dharma, you become immune to the dangers that destroys other companies. What are those dangers? First, danger of being irrelevant. When your purpose is clear, you don't chase fads, you stay focused. That prevents you from burning out your resources on projects that don't matter. Number two is danger of culture decay. If your culture is built on easy money rather than purpose, it crumbles under pressure. But a purpose driven team, when they stay, they can stay steady through the storm. And lastly, the danger of ethical blindness. We've all seen the headlines. CEOs who lost everything because they ignored the small ethical corner they cut. The verse tells us that even a little advancement, a small daily commitment to doing what is right, act as a radar, alerting you to danger before they become catastrophes. So, how do you actually apply this? You're not a monk, you are a CEO. You have a payroll that you want to basically meet for your employees. Here is your three-step strategy that you can actually use to operationalize this dharma. Number one, integrity audit. Once a week, ask yourself, are you doing this because it's the right thing for your customers and your long-term vision, or because it is the path of the least resistance? If it is latter, you are deviating from your path. Number two, protect a small win. Don't dismiss the small ethical wins. Did you treat a junior employee with respect today? That's your dharma. Did you correct a minor error in a report that no one would have noticed? That's your dharma. There are small advancements that build your resilience. And lastly, long term horizon. When making a decision, extend your time horizon. If you make the decision, will it still hold up 10 years down the line? If the answer is no, you are inviting danger. If the answer is yes, you are building a legacy. The market changes, technology become obsolete, your competitors will innovate, pivot, and potentially disrupt you. But one thing that cannot replicate is the weight of the company that is grounded in its purpose. So Bhagavad Gita reminds us that we are not just running companies, we are building legacies. And a legacy is only as strong as the integrity with which it was built. So stop worrying about whether your purpose is efficient enough. Stop measuring your soul by this quarter's ROI. Start doing the work, build the foundation, because as the text says, your effort will never go waste, and it will be the very thing that saves you when the market turns against you. My name is CK, and if you're ready to lead with the new level of clarity, I want to hear from you. What is that one small advancements you are going to make this week to align your business with its true purpose? Drop this particular statement in the comments below, and I will catch you again very soon in the next one. Namaskar. Hello friends. All of us sometimes get this feeling that our technical expertise or our hustle hold us back from our true potential for the true leadership. Everybody gets this kind of a feeling. Therefore, we dive deep into the most powerful leadership secrets from Bhagavad Gita. In a verse where Lord Krishna, Bhagwan Krishna tells Arjun, "O Arjun, be a yogi." But what does this mean for a modern CEO or an entrepreneur to be a yogi? Today, we are going to break down why the yogi, the leader with disciplined equanimity, consistently outperform the three most common type of executive. Let's go. Hello friends. Welcome to this high-level executive briefing. We explore the profound leadership wisdom found in Bhagavad Gita. While the modern corporate culture often drives leaders towards external validation and endless doing within quotes, this ancient verse reveals that the most effective leadership comes from a state of internal being. The inside out executive breaks down how the concept of the yogi, one who is happy within and flooded with self-enlightenment, translate directly to the modern C-suite. Learn how to translate and transition from reactive management to proactive sovereignty. Let us explore this thought further. Welcome once again. We live in an era of the extreme leadership. We are taught that more we do, more we achieve. We track KPIs, market share, and quarterly growth. But there is a paradox at the top. Many executives have reached the pinnacle of the material success while they feel more hollow than when they started. Why is it that more we gain on the outside, the more we feel we are losing on the inside? Today we are looking for the answers in a 7,000-year-old text. We are exploring Bhagavad Gita chapter 5 verse 24. It offers a blueprint of what I call the inside out executive. Let's look at the verse itself, and Bhagwan Krishna says, and the quote starts, "A yogi is happy within. He sees God within himself. He is flooded with self-enlightenment. He attains the liberation from material existence and unite with the divine." And the quote close. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this live stream. This will help us determine our reach. Alright, let's proceed further. To the modern CEO, words like yogi or divine might feel distant. But let's translate this into a language of the leadership. A yogi is simply a person of the perfected discipline. Happy within himself means you are emotional, in your emotional state is no longer a hostage to the stock market or a boardroom meeting. Flooded with self-enlightenment is what we now call high-level intuition and clarity. This verse isn't about retiring to a cave. It's about becoming an unshakable in the boardroom. Most leaders are outside in. If the company performs, they are happy. If the media criticize them, they are miserable. Their internal world is a mirror of their external environment. The inside-out executive flips the script. Verse 5.24 tells us that the source of joy must be internal. When you are happy within, you lead from a place of abundance rather than scarcity. You aren't making decisions because you are afraid of losing your status. You are making them because they are the right thing to do. This is where the self-enlightenment comes in. When the noise of ego and anxiety is silenced, you gain the quiet mind. In that quiet, you see the God within, or in professional terms, you access your highest intelligence. Now let's talk about the most provocative word in this verse, liberation. In the Gita, this is the moksha, which is freedom from cycle of birth and death. For an executive, this is freedom from the material grind. Think about it. How much of your stress comes from things you cannot control? The economy, the competition, the global supply chain. Liberation means you are no longer a slave to these outcomes. You perform your dharma, which is your duty, with 100% intensity, but your soul isn't crushed if the result fluctuate. Ironically, this detachment makes you more powerful. A leader who doesn't need a specific outcome to feel whole is the most dangerous person in a negotiation. You have nothing to lose because your fulfillment is already locked in internal space. So how do we apply this tomorrow morning, right? First, the morning audit. Before you check your emails, which is coming from outside, check your inside. Spend 5 minutes in silence. Find that internal happiness before the world tries to give you its version of it. Alright? Number 2, intellectual detachment. During a crisis, ask yourself, is my happiness based on solving this, or is my happiness constant while I solve this? Right? Number 3 is lead by light. So verse 5.24 mentioned about flooded with light. Be the leader who brings clarity to the room, not heat. If you are enlightened within, you illuminate the path for everyone else. The verse ends by saying the yogi unite with the divine. In leadership, this is the union of the purpose and action. When your internal state matches your external impact, you aren't just working anymore, you are fulfilling your mission. So don't just lead a company, lead yourself first. Be the inside out executive. And friends, we have come to the end. Thanks for joining live. Thanks for your time. If you have any questions, please do not hesitate to send it across. Before we end this section, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskar. Do you know that the Gurugram real estate prices have skyrocketed by 18%? Therefore, in this video, we break down exactly why property demand in Gurugram is hitting new high in 2026 and what this means for home buyers and the real estate investors. Let's go and explore this further. If you have been looking at the property in Gurugram lately, you have probably noticed that same thing I have in the market is basically on fire. So what was cheaper earlier is now becoming expensive. We are looking at an 18% jump in the prices, and that isn't just a random number. It's a signal of a massive shift in the Millennium City. But is this a bubble about to burst, or is there some actual solid value behind these numbers? Today we are breaking down exactly what is happening in Gurugram real estate market in 2026, and more importantly, whether you should be buying, selling, or staying on the sidelines when the property is soaring so much. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, first, let's get the big question out of the way. Why 18%? A lot of people see this and think probably, perhaps, speculative bubble. But when you look at the data, it's actually a structural repricing. We are seeing a perfect storm of three things: infrastructure, corporate expansion, and flight to quality. Not all of the Gurugram is growing at the same rate. We are seeing two-speed market. This is the part everyone ask me about. Is it too late to enter? So when we talk about two-speed market, so there are places in Gurugram which are moving slowly, but there are hot cakes, very, very prime locations which are growing at 18%, especially in 2026. So question is it too late to enter? No, market is absolutely risk-free. We had a massive price run up in the short 30 months window, and you need to be aware of the risk also, like potential interest rate fluctuations and the fact that we have pulled forward several years of expected appreciation into the current window. So in the end, I would like to tell you that look for a 7-year plus holding period if you are buying right now. This isn't a get rich quick game anyway. It is a long term wealth building strategy in a maturing global city. And Gurugram is a very happening place. Also, there are a lot of business opportunities for people who live in Gurugram. So Gurugram isn't just a city; it's a structural growth story. Whether you are looking at the Dwarka Expressway or the established luxury of Golf Course Road, the key is doing your homework. Don't buy the hype, but buy the fundamentals. So, friends, the prices are going up, and my advice is to basically look for a property based on your budget and location preferences. But definitely, this is the right time to invest in Gurugram real estate market. If you found this breakdown useful, hit that like button, subscribe our channel, uh, and look at the property price in Gurugram very seriously. Do let me know what sector you have in mind, and I can probably guide you further on that. My name is CK, and I will see you again in the next one. Hello friends, Namaskaram. I hope you know a guy called Steve Fawcett. Steve Fawcett, a master of endurance and risk, became the first person to fly solo around the world in a balloon. In this video, we dive deep into the Spirit of Freedom mission, a grueling 14 days journey across 20,000 miles that redefined the limits of human achievement and aviation technology. Beyond the record breaking stats, we analyze the incredible grit, metallurgical strategy, and unwavering focus required to navigate the globe alone, from the freezing height of the stratosphere to the strategic decisions that kept him alive. This is a story of how Steve Fawcett conquered the wind and solidified his place in history. Let's go. History is often defined by those who refuse to accept the word impossible. We talk about the great explorer, Magellan, Amundsen, Armstrong, but there is a unique category for those who tackle the elements completely alone. In 2002, one man looked at the globe and decided he didn't needed a jet or a rocket or even a co-pilot. He just needed the wind. Today, we are analyzing one of the most audacious feats of human endurance and the strategic navigation in the 21st century. Steve Fawcett's record breaking solo non stop circumnavigation in the spirit of freedom. Welcome to this deep dive. But before that, friends, please let us know from which city you have tuned in so that we know exactly who's watching us and who's not. All right, let's proceed further. To understand the weight of 2002, you have to understand the stakes. Before the Steve Fawcett, people had tried, many had died. It was the last great record in aviation. Fawcett wasn't just an adventurer, he was a master of logistics and risk management. He viewed the stratosphere not as an enemy but as a system to be leveraged. He had attempted this journey 5 times before. Think about that. 5 failures, 5 near death experiences, and yet he continued to iterate. This is the critical lesson for any leader. Failure is not the end of the strategy. It is the data you need to perfect your next launch. In 2002, in Nottingham, Western Australia, the Spirit of Freedom, a massive 140-foot tall balloon, began its ascent. The goal? To fly around the world solo, non-stop, in under 20 days. The capsule was size of a walk-in closet, roughly 7 feet by 5 feet. For 14 days, this would be his entire universe. Technologically, the Spirit of Freedom was a marvel of the time. It utilized a Rosier design, combining helium for a constant lift and hot air for vertical control. But the real strategy was in the navigation. Fawcett had to stay within a specific jet stream. If he dipped into lower altitude, he hit turbulence. Too high, he risked extreme cold and oxygen deprivation. He didn't have the modern AI navigator, but he had a team of metallurgists feeding him data, and he had to process it with absolute calm. This is the definition of the equanimity under pressure, a concept we talk about frequently here on the channel also. Whether you are a leading corporation or a piloting a balloon over the Southern Ocean, the ability to process the data, discard the noise, and execute the core task is what separates the masters from the amateurs. For 2 weeks, the world watched, but inside the capsule, absolute silence. The physical toll was immense. He slept in 45 minutes intervals. He dealt with mechanical failures, burner malfunctions, and constant crushing psychological reality of being miles above the earth, absolutely alone. One of the most dangerous moments occurred over the Southern Ocean where the temperature plummeted, threatening the integrity of the balloon fabric. A normal person would panic. A strategist looked for the lever. Fawcett had to manipulate his altitude constantly to catch the right current, essentially surfing the atmosphere. When you study his flight, you see a man who was entirely in sync with his environment. He wasn't fighting the wind, he was negotiating with it. This is the profound leadership lesson. True success doesn't come from the brute forcing your way through a crisis. It comes from understanding the forces at play and positioning yourself where the current naturally carries you towards your objective. On July 3rd, 2002, after 14 days, 19 hours and 50 minutes, Steve Fawcett touched down in Queensland, Australia. He had done it. He was the first person to circumnavigate the globe solo in a balloon. He didn't just set a record, he closed a chapter in human exploration. He proved that with the right combination of preparation, iterative learning, and mental discipline, the impossible becomes merely the next milestone. So, why does this matter to us today? Why are we discussing a 2002 balloon flight on a channel focused on AI education and executive strategy? Because the landscape of a business is changing just as rapidly as weather system uh, faucet had to navigate. Whether it's a shift towards AI, the changing global economic order, or the demand for real time education, we are all in our own spirit of freedom capsule. We are all dealing with high stake environments where one wrong decision or one moment of lost focus can send us off course. Steve Fawcett showed us that preparation is the foundation of the courage. So, friends, thank you for joining me on this historic strategic deep dive. If you enjoyed this breakdown, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Join us on the next on Akulmach history as we continue to explore the intersection of past, present, and future. I am CK, and I will see you again very soon in the next one. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज सोमवार का दिन है और आप सबको पता है कि सोमवार का दिन तो भगवान शंकर के लिए समर्पित होता है। तो हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे, उससे पहले हम भगवान की पूजा करेंगे हर रोज की तरह। और आज हम शंकर भगवान की पूजा करेंगे, एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे जिससे आपके दिन, हमारा दिन शुभ रहे। भगवान शंकर की स्तुति करेंगे। तो आप भी हमारे साथ महामृत्युंजय का जाप करें, 11 दफा करेंगे। आप माला का इस्तेमाल कर सकते हैं, मैं ये काउंटर का इस्तेमाल करता हूँ, इसमें नंबर आ जाते हैं। नहीं तो आप जैसे भी, अगर आप अपने माइंड के अंदर भी अगर आप काउंट करना चाहें तो आप ऐसा भी कर सकते हैं। तो जैसे आपको कंफर्टेबल हो वैसे आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और महामृत्युंजय का जाप हमारे साथ ज्वाइन करके करें। ठीक है, तो हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, नमन करिए भगवान शंकर का और ध्यान लगाइए और हम महामृत्युंजय का जाप शुरू करते हैं। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ओम त्र्यंबकं यजामहे सुगंधिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सद्यो जातं प्रपागामि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् आवाहयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वाकरुक्मिव बन्धनान् मृत्युर्मोक्षीयमामृतात् सज्ञो जातं प्रपागमि भगवन् मृत्युं जय शिवम् अभयामि। ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय, ओम नमः शिवाय। तो दोस्तों, आज हमारा महामृत्युंजय का जाप संपन्न हुआ और हम आपसे इस वीडियो में विदा लेते हैं, लेकिन जल्द ही दूसरे वीडियो में मिलते हैं। आपका दिन शुभ हो, तब तक के लिए अपना ख्याल रखें। नमस्कार। Hello friends, Namaskaram. You are most welcome. Today we have a profound question. Have you ever wondered why the company that sells you cigarettes is also stocking your kitchen pantry? From Ashirwad Atta to Bingo Snacks, India's biggest tobacco giant has pulled off one of the most successful business pivot in corporate history. But why leave the high margin tobacco business to chase a ultra competitive food market? In this video, we dive deep into the strategic metamorphosis of the tobacco giant, specifically looking at how they leverage their massive distribution network, cash reserves, and marketing expertise in dominated India FMCG sector, which is fast moving. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine a company, its main source of revenue for decades has been a product that is globally recognized as harmful, heavily taxed, and increasingly restricted by governments everywhere. Every year, more people quit, and every year, regulations get tighter. So, if you are the CEO of that company, you would have a massive problem. You are starting to realize that you are staring at a sunset industry, but then you look around your office, you realize you have something more competitors, that do not have the world most powerful distribution network. So, what do? You don't close shops, you pivot. You decide that if you cannot get into the lung of the consumers, you are going to get into their kitchens, which is stomach of the consumer. Welcome to the most fascinating corporate transition of this century, the shift from tobacco to food. Today, we are unpacking the world's biggest cigarette giant, are betting billions of their revenue on your breakfast, your snacks, and your dinner table. So, friends, if you reached so far, let me know name of your city or country from where you have tuned in into this video. All right, let's proceed further. First, let's talk about why. It is not a secret, it is survival. For tobacco giant, the writing has been on the wall for a long time. Things like declining volumes, health awareness is at all-time high. People are definitely quitting smoking and smoking less and less. Number two is regulatory pressure. Government are hiking taxes to record levels, banning advertising, and mandating gruesome health warning on the packaging itself. Number three is the ESG pressure. Investors are increasingly moving away from the sin stocks. If you want to keep your stock price high, you need to be diversified FMCG company, not just a tobacco company. And this is what the analysts call de-risking. They aren't trying to replace tobacco overnight. They're trying to ensure that when tobacco eventually shrinks to shadow of its former self, they have a giant profitable food business to catch their fall. It's a transition from a sin economy to an essential economy. You might be thinking, wait, making cigarettes and making noodles are two different things completely. So, how does tobacco firm become a food giant? The answer lies in the last mile. Tobacco companies have spent 100 years building one of the most sophisticated distribution network in history. Think about it. A cigarette is a low margin, high frequency product. It needs to be available in every single corner store, every kiosk, and every rural village in every country. So when these giants decided to enter the food business, they didn't have to build a new network. They just used the existing one. The shopkeeper relationship, they already had rapport with millions of retailers. They already had the logistics engine. They had the trucks, warehouses, and the delivery schedules. They simply told their distributors, instead of just carrying our cigarettes, we want you to carry our biscuits, our noodles, and our spices. And that is the unfair advantage that let them dominate a crowded food market in record time. Let's take the most successful example of this pivot, the ITC in India. I hope you know ITC stands for Indian Tobacco Company, but people like to call it ITC, of course, because nobody wants to talk about tobacco. ITC started as a pure tobacco company, but today it's an FMCG powerhouse. They didn't just launch one snack; they built a portfolio that covers every single part of your day. Starting with staples, which is the Ashirwad Atta. They took the most essential food product in the Indian kitchen, which is the flour, and turned it into a massive trusted brand. Then let's go to the snacks. With Bingo, they distributed the salty snacks market, which was, completely previously dominated by local unorganized players. And thirdly, the convenience. With Yippee, they took the massive instant noodle market, which was already established by other large giants. By diversifying into these categories, they changed their identity. They moved from being a company associated with health hazard to a company that provides daily nourishment. They turned their brand equity into trust. That is the genius of the pivot. They didn't sell, processed food. They sold reliability. But is this a pure virtuous shift? Well, not everyone thinks so. Critics argue that the big tobacco is simply moving from one addictive product to another. The argument is that the same marketing geniuses who mastered the art of selling cigarettes are now applying those exact same philosophies and tactics to ultra processed foods snacks that are high in salt, sugar, and fat, designed by hyper palatable and, yes, mildly addictive. There is a growing debate about whether the tobacco industry's entry into the food sector is contributing to the global health crisis of obesity and diabetes. Are we just replacing a smoking habit with a snacking habit? It's a point of view that is becoming harder to ignore as these healthy packaged food continues to take over our pantry and kitchen shelves. At the end of the day, the capitalism is about survival of the fittest. These companies saw the future and they realized that if they didn't adapt, they would die. So whether you love their new food products or are you skeptical of their motives, one thing is very clear: the tobacco giants move into your dinner table is one of the most successful corporate maneuvers of the modern era. They have successfully traded the smoke for palatable sales. So next time you reach for that box of snacks or a bag of flour, take a look at the logo. You might be surprised to see that just how much influence the cigarette giants has over what you feed your family. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed this deep dive, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Let me know in the comments, does knowing a brand history change whether you buy their food or you want to avoid it? I will love to hear your thoughts. Friends, see you in the next one. Imagine a darkness so deep it lasts 336 hours, where temperatures plummet to a lethal minus 170 degrees Celsius. If our technology fails for even a second, the Artemis base camp batteries will freeze solid, ending the mission forever. Here is how we use the fission power to survive the shadow. So in this video, we will learn more about it. NASA is about to build the ultimate fortress on the surface of the lunar South Pole. But there is one giant problem: the brutal 2 week night. By deploying a towering vertical solar array and burying the habitats under the protective lunar regolith, we are finally hacking the moon's environment. Therefore, in this video, friends, we will be studying the engineering behind our lunar survival. Let's go. Welcome once again, everyone. When we talk about returning to the moon, we often focus on the excitement of the landing, the dust kicking up, the iconic first steps, and the exploration of the lunar surface. But there is a silent, invisible antagonist that has claimed more missions than any other, which is the lunar night. For those living on Earth, night is brief 12-hour cycle, but on the moon, the sunset and doesn't return for 14 Earth days. During this time, temperature plummet to below minus 280 degrees Fahrenheit. If we want to establish a permanent presence with the Artemis base camp, we cannot simply pack up and leave when the sun goes down. Today, we are going to explore the cutting edge engineering that will keep our astronauts and equipment alive through the brutal conditions in the solar system. But first, let's talk about the energy gap. Without the sunlight, traditional solar panels, our primary source of power go dark. To survive the Artemis base camp, it relies on a multi-layered power strategy, as visualized by the NASA, and we will discuss this more in detail. Starting with the regenerative fuel cells, RFCs. During the 14 days lunar day, we don't just use power, we bank it. Through electrolysis, we store energy as hydrogen and oxygen. When night falls, these fuel cells recombine that energy is provided like electricity, acting as a massive chemical battery. Modular nuclear fission is the next one. While the batteries and the fuel cells are essential, there are limits to it. To provide a reliable, constant base load power supply, NASA is developing a small modular fission reactor. These reactors operate independently of sun, ensuring that the heaters, life support systems, and communication remains operational even in the depth of 2 week dark period. And the power is only half the battle. If you have all the electricity in the world but can't manage heat, you're still in trouble. The vacuum of space is a perfect insulator, which means heat generated inside the base has nowhere to go and heat outside has no way to keep the base warm. So, friends, as you would have understood by now that the thermal management is a two-way street. Starting with insulation. The base modules are protected by advanced multi-layer insulations, which is also known as MLIs, and vacuum jacketed shells, which acts like a high-tech thermo to prevent heat loss. Next is the active thermal control system, which is in short known as ATCS. Inside the habitat, we use specialized fluid loops to collect waste heat from electronics, life support system, circulating it where it is needed the most. Next is the phase change material. We also use thermal mass as buffer. Think of this as thermal sponges. During the day, they absorb excess heat. During the night, they release that energy slowly to keep the interior's climate stable. This survival isn't just hardware; it is a strategy. Operational planning is kind of divided into two phases, which is day and night. And friends, you must be knowing that the lunar day is equal to 14 days, and likewise the night as well, 14 Earth days. Now, what we need to do now, we have to make a daytime preparation. This is the harvest phase. We maximize power storage, ensure the habitats are perfectly insulated, and preheat the thermal mass of the base to give us a running start when the sunset for 14 days. Remember that. The nighttime conversion is must be seamless. Once the sun goes down, the base shift into a low power mode. Non-essential systems are powered down, lights are dimmed, and the base transition to the autonomous state governed by the predictive algorithm that manages energy consumption to prioritize life support. Lastly, we have to also talk about redundancy. If one system fails, we have to have a backup of a backup of a backup, right? Because it's about survival of our people. Whether it is the small pressurized rover or providing a mobile shelter or secondary fission unit coming online, the goal is always total system reliability. The lunar night is brutal, unforgiving, and relentless, but it is not unbeatable. By combining nuclear energy, advanced chemistry, and the intelligent thermal management, we are turning the moon from a place where Hello friends, how are you doing? We have a very profound question today that we want to address in this video. That is, can ancient wisdom solve the modern corporate burnout problem? In this video, we dive deep into the timeless wisdom of Bhagavad Gita to extract the powerful leadership lesson for today's CEOs and entrepreneurs. If you have ever felt overwhelmed by the darkness of the market volatility, ethical dilemmas, or the sheer weight of responsibility on your shoulder, this verse offers a blueprint for clarity and resilience. Let's go. The boardroom is often portrayed as the place of power and light, but every CEO knows the truth. There is a specific kind of darkness that lives over there. It isn't the absence of light, it is the presence of ambiguity. It is a fog of volatile market, the shadow of ethical compromise, and the blind spots that lead to companies' downfall. And we call it the corporate darkness. For thousands of years, leaders have looked for a torch to cut through this fog. Today, we find that the torch isn't, present in an unlikely place. It's 7,000-year-old Sanskrit verse mentioned in Bhagavad Gita, chapter 8, verse 9. On the surface, it describes the divine, but for a leader, it describes the ultimate executive mindset. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you're watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Now let's proceed further. Let's look at the verse itself. The verse says, and the quote starts, the omniscient, the oldest, the controller, smaller than an atom, the sustainer of everything, the inconceivable, and as effulgent as the sun, driving away all darkness. And quote close. To a CEO, these aren't just theological adjectives. They are the 7 pillars of visionary leadership. Let's break down one by one. The verse called the divine, smaller than an atom, and simultaneously the sustainer of everything. In business, we call this macro-micro paradox. But the CEO fails because they lean too far one way. They are either big picture dreamer who miss the accounting fraud happening under their nose, or they are the micromanagers who stifle innovation because they can't see the horizon. Bhagavad Gita tells us that the true mastery is being able to see the atom, the tiny data point, the single customer complaint, the line of code, while simultaneously sustaining the entire ecosystem of the brand. Driving out darkness starts with total visibility. You cannot lead what you cannot see, whether it is as small as an atom or as large as a global supply chain. The verse uses a term which is inconceivable. In the C-suite, we often rely on predictive analytics. We want everything to be conceivable, measurable, and also certain. But the darkness of the market often comes from the black swan event, the things we don't see coming, right? Learning from Bhagavad Gita means accepting the inconceivable. A great CEO doesn't just plan for what they know. They build a culture resilient enough to handle what they don't know. This is the difference between a rigid company and an anti-fragile one. When you stop fearing the inconceivable, you take away its power to paralyze you. Finally, we reach the climax of the verse. A personality as effulgent as the sun, driving away the darkness. What is the darkness in a company? It is the fear, where employees are too scared to tell the truth. It is where the departments hide information from each other. It is the ego where leaders need to be, right, outweighed the need to be successful. The effulgent CEO is one who brings radical transparency. Just as the sun doesn't fight the dark, it simply arrives and the dark ceases to be. Dark just goes away. A leader who leads with the Gita's principles of light doesn't have to fix every problem manually. Their presence, their ethics, and their clarity create an environment where dark behavior simply cannot survive. When you are effulgent, you provide the why for your company, and as a leader once said, he who has why to live can bear almost anyhow. So how do we apply chapter 8 verse 9 starting tomorrow morning? Practice omniscience. Don't just look at the reports. Seek to understand the soul of your product. Be a sustainer. Remember that your role is to support your team, not just to support by themselves. Drive out shadows. If there is a part of your business you are avoiding looking at, and that is where the darkness is, shine your light there first. Leadership is not about just quarterly results. It's about being the oldest, the most grounded, the effulgent, and also most inspiring. Bhagavad Gita isn't just a book of philosophy, it's a manual for the highest form of management. Go forth, lead like sun, and drive out the darkness. Friends, thanks for listening. If you have any questions, any suggestion, any opinion, please do not hesitate to send it across in the comment section below. Before I part ways, I will have to speak few words about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Let me ask you, is time really a one-way street? The new research suggests that Einstein's famous wormhole theory might hold the key to the mind-bending possibility of a hidden mirror of time. And friends, as you know, mirror always casts an inverted image. In this video, we break down the latest theoretical physics breakthrough that is challenging everything we know about the arrow of time, entropy, and the fabric of space-time. Could wormhole act as a portal to a mirror reality where time flows in the reverse direction? We dive into the science behind the headlines and explain what this discovery means for the future of quantum mechanics and cosmology. Let's go. What if everything we know about time is backward? We have been told that the time flows in only one direction, from past into the present and towards an inevitable future. It's the arrow of time. But what if that arrow isn't just pointing forward? What if it is also pointing back in the backward direction? And the key to understand that secret lies in one of the most famous yet misunderstood concept in physics, which is the Einstein-Rosen bridge. When we hear about the word wormhole, we think of interstellar. We think of space traveler jumping across galaxies in seconds. But here is the first breakthrough in our understanding today, and that is not what Einstein and Rosen intended. Friends, before we move forward, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the year 1935, Albert Einstein and his colleague Nathan Rosen weren't trying to build a space travel portal. They were struggling with the math of gravity and quantum fields. They created a bridge, a mathematical connection between the two identical symmetrical sheets of space-time. It wasn't a tunnel for a spaceship, it was a theoretical tool meant to reconcile how matter behaves in extreme gravity. Fast forward to 2026, a massive shift in how we interpret those equations have just emerged. Instead of physical tunnel through space, researchers are proposing that the Einstein-Rosen bridge is actually a quantum link between two opposite directions of time. Think of it like a mirror. If you stand in front of a mirror, you will see yourself, right? Now imagine that the mirror doesn't just reflect your image, it reflects your flow. In this new theoretical model, our universe is paired with a mirror, a component where time flows in the exact opposite direction. The bridge isn't the shortcut across the galaxy, it is a fundamental connection that allows quantum systems to remain balanced, consistent, and crucially irreversible. So, what does this matter? Why this matters now? Because of the black hole information paradox. For decades, physicists have been terrified that if the information falls into the black hole, it is lost forever. They violate and the violent laws of quantum mechanics, and therefore, there could be only two situations. One is that everything is true, or the quantum mechanics and the laws of relativity works across all positions on in the space. But if this mirror time theory is correct, that information isn't destroyed, it simply evolves along the backward flowing time component. It's not gone, it's just living in the mirror. And this doesn't explain black holes, it might explain the very beginning of everything. Some researchers are now suggesting that our big bang wasn't the absolute beginning, it was more like a some sort of a restarting of something. It may have been a bounce, a transition from a contracting phase of previous universe, mirrored by this strange temporal connection. Even more mind-bending is the small relic black holes from this pre-bounce phase might still be hiding in our universe today, potentially explaining the mysteries of the dark matter. We aren't building time machines today, and we are not going to be traveling through space tunnels to another galaxy anytime soon. But we might have just discovered something deeper. That time isn't just a line, it is a tapestry woven together by forward and backward threads, holding in place by most beautiful mathematical bridge ever conceived. The universe isn't just expanding, it is reflecting, and we are finally starting to look into the mirror. So friends, what do you think about this new proposed idea to solve the biggest issues that we face in our physics today? I'd like to know from you. Please send in your comments. Before I close this live stream, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. नमस्कार दोस्तों, आप सभी का स्वागत है। आज शनिवार का दिन है और आप सब जानते हैं कि शनिवार का जो दिन होता है वो शनि महाराज के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे भगवान शनि की प्रार्थना करके, पूजा करके, और हर रोज की तरह हम 11 दफा एक मंत्र का उच्चारण करेंगे। आप हमारे साथ जुड़ें और इस मंत्र को का उच्चारण आप अपने अपने वर्क स्टेशन पे, अपने अपने ऑफिस में, होम ऑफिस में करें। मैं ये काउंटर यूज़ करता हूँ, आप कैसे भी माला का इस्तेमाल करके या कैसे भी अपने मन में ही 11 दफ़े इस मंत्र का उच्चारण करना है। तो चलिए हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, भगवान का नमन करिए। ओम शनिश्चराय नमः, इस मंत्र का हमें जाप 11 दफ़ा करना है। तो चलिए हम अब शुरू करते हैं। ओम शन शनिश्चराय नमः। 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 तो दोस्तों, हमारे भगवान के स्तुति जो पूजा है समाप्त हुई, और जिन लोगों की शनि की ढैया चल रही है उनके लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है आप हर शनिवार को इस मंत्र का जाप करें और अपना दिन शुरू करें। तो चलिए, आपका आज का दिन मंगलमय हो, इसी कामना के साथ हम इस वीडियो को समाप्त करते हैं। मिलते हैं जल्दी ही दूसरे वीडियो में।
Hello friends, can the ancient wisdom solve the modern CEO's biggest challenge? In order to answer this question, we dive deep into Bhagavad Gita to explore why the state of Samadhi is becoming the ultimate North Star for the 21st century executive. In the area of market volatility and constant burnout, a leader's greatest asset isn't their strategy, it is their equanimity. We break down the Sanskrit wisdom of Yajna, Kam, and Kushalam through the lens of verse 6.23, which teaches us the true mastery is a state where no external crisis can perturb your inner peace.
In the modern corporate world, we have a name for the principle of success. We call it making it. We envision the corner office, the global influence, the high stake decisions, etc. But if you ask a CEO today what their reality actually looks like, they won't talk about victory. They will talk about volatility. They will talk about the 3 a.m. anxiety, the black swan event, the crushing weight of responsibility for thousands of employees, and the constant noise of 24/7 market. Most leaders are living in a state of high functioning panic. But if I told you that 7,000 years ago, on a battlefield far removed from the glass skyscrapers, a solution was written for exactly this kind of pressure. Today we are looking at Bhagavad Gita, chapter 6, verse 23. We are going to explore why Samadhi, a term often reserved for monks in caves, is actually the most practical, competitive, and essential goal for the modern executive. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Let's continue. Let's look at the text, verse 23 of chapter 6, and it says, quote starts, "Let it be known that the state of the severance from the union with the misery is called yoga. This yoga must be practiced with determination and an unprecedented mind." Now let's unpack this first phrase, the severance from the union with misery. As a CEO, you often united with the outcome of your company. If the stock drops, you are miserable. If a competitor launches a better product, you are miserable again. Verse 23 suggests a state of yoga which we call samadhi, where that cord is cut. It isn't that the problem go away. It is that your union with the pain of those problems is severed. This is the state where the leader knows there is nothing greater left to achieve. It is about retirement. It's about reaching a level of internal mastery that makes external chaos irrelevant. The verse continues to explain that in this state, the practitioner is not perturbed by anything come what may. Think about the last crisis you faced. Did you react or did you respond? Well, reaction is emotional. It is driven by the fear of loss. Response is intellectual. It is driven by the samadhi, by clarity. For a CEO, being unperturbed is a superpower. Imagine a boardroom where everyone is losing their head because of the quarterly mess. The leader who has mastered Gita 6.23 sit in the center of the storm. They aren't cold or indifferent. They are simply not shaken. Because they have attained an internal samadhi, their decision making remains clinical, creative, and objective. While others are blinded by the misery, the samadhi led executive sees the path forward. This is the difference between a leader who survives and leader who resigns. Now the Gita is very, very practical. It doesn't say the state happens by accident. It says the state is achieved only by practicing yoga with determination and optimism. So there are several Sanskrit words related to determinism, and the mind does not become despondent. So we will move on. We will not try and read those Sanskrit words in this verse. For an executive, determination means the discipline of the routine. It's the daily meditation, the deep work, the refusal to let the inbox dictate your soul, etc. What is optimism? Optimism is even more critical. In business, things go wrong. Projects fail. Partnerships soars. If your mind becomes despondent, if you lose your optimism, your leadership dies. The Gita tells us that samadhi isn't a gift for the lucky one. It's a result of the disciplined mind. It's a practice. You have to train your brain to return to center every single day, just as you would train your body in the gym. Now let's talk about the bottom line. Where should a CEO care about the ancient Sanskrit verses? First is cognitive longevity. Stress kills creativity and samadhi preserves it. Next, talent retention. People follow unperturbed leaders, they don't follow the panicked ones. Third, risk management. When you are free from misery, you don't make desperate, high risk gambles to save your ego. You make calculated moves to grow the vision. In the past, we thought the goal of an executive was more market, more share, more revenue, more accolades. But the Gita suggests that the new executive goal is actually enough. When you reach a state where you know there is nothing greater left to achieve, internally you paradoxically become more effective at achieving things externally. You are no longer hungry and desperate. You are focused and formidable. So as we close this lesson from chapter 6 verse 23, I leave you with a challenge. Look at your calendar for the next week. How much of it is dedicated to the union with misery, the firefighting, the stressing and reacting, and how much is dedicated to severance, the practice of finding your center. The corner office was never meant to be a cage of anxiety. It was meant to be a seed of wisdom. Practice with determination, lead with optimism, and find the state of samadhi where, come what may, you remain the master of your own soul. Thanks for listening, friends. If you have any question or any suggestions, kindly send us a message in the message section below. Before I close this session, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Friends, a very big question that we want to address today is, are we alone or are we just being watched? For decades, we have scanned the stars for signals, but new speculation from SETI and leading astrophysicists suggest a chilling possibility. It is already too late to hide. While we search for them, humanity has spent the last century broadcasting our presence to the cosmos. In this video, we dive deep into the great silence and why the latest breakthrough in technosignatures and planetary detection suggests that any advanced civilizations within 100 light years likely to already know Earth is a home to an industrial civilization. Let us explore this further.
For over 60 years, humanity has been staring into the abyss of space and asking one simple question: where is everybody? We call it Fermi paradox. The universe is ancient, it is vast, and according to everything we know about biology and physics, it would be crawling with life. Yet, when we point our telescopes at the stars, we get nothing but cold, dead silence. We have assumed that if they were out there, we would have found them by now. We have treated the search for the extraterrestrial intelligence, which is SETI, like a game of cosmic hide and seek, where we are the ones doing the seeking. But in 2026, the conversation has shifted. Leading scientists and researchers are now proposing as much more unsettling reality. The silence isn't because they aren't there, and it isn't because they haven't found us. It's because they likely discovered Earth a long, long time ago. While we have been whispering into the dark, wondering if we are alone, we have actually been shouting our presence to the galaxy for over a century. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Today we are breaking down the new SETI speculation. We are looking at why it is officially too late to hide, how our own atmosphere is betraying us, and startling new research that suggests alien signals might be hiding in plain sight right in our own data. To understand why we are already visible, we have to look at what we call the techno signature. Since the early 20th century, Earth has been surrounded by an over-expanding bubble of radio waves. This radio bubble is now over 200 light years wide. Inside the bubble are thousands of star systems. If there is a civilization within 100 light years of us with even slightly better technology than ours, they don't need us to send them a hello message. They have already heard our earlier radio broadcasts, our television signals, and most importantly, our high frequency military radars. But it is not just radio. In the last year, researchers have found while exploring the exoplanet, because exoplanets search has reached a fevering pitch right now. We have been using the James Webb Space Telescope to look at the atmospheres of distant worlds, searching for methane, oxygen, carbon dioxide, the building block of life. Now the flip side of this perspective is, if an alien astronomer 50 light years away pointed a telescope similar to JWST or something much more advanced at Earth, what would they see? They wouldn't see the Great Wall of China or our cities. They would see our atmospheric fingerprint. They would see a planet with an atmosphere is in chemical disequilibrium. They would see an abundance of oxygen and nitrogen that shouldn't be there unless life was producing it. And since the Industrial Revolution, they would see technological pollutant, things like CFC and nitrogen dioxide, etc. To a distant observer, Earth isn't just a rock. It's glowing neon sign that says industrial civilization inside here. Alright. So if we are so visible, then why haven't we heard anything back? This brings us to the groundbreaking study published in early 2026 by astronomer like Ben Zuckerman at the UCLA. For decades, SETI has focused on narrowband signals, very specific thin frequency that don't occur in nature. The logic was, if we see a needle thin spike on a radiograph, it must be artificial. But the new broadband SETI approach suggests that we have been looking for the wrong thing. Zuckerman and others argue that the advanced civilizations wouldn't waste energy sending weak, narrow signals across the void. They would use directed energy beams, powerful broadband bursts that are much easier to detect across the interstellar distances. And here is a kicker. These signals might already be sitting in our archives. We have been scanning the sky for a century for other purpose and other navigation, mapping the stars, studying black holes. This new speculation suggests that the evidence of aliens isn't waiting to be discovered in the future, it is likely hiding in plain sight. Within the petabytes of data we have already collected, we have just haven't looked at the data with the right algorithm yet. Think of it like this. We have been looking for specific person's voice in a crowded stadium when we should have been looking for the flashlight they were waving. There is another reason for this silence, and it was highlighted in March 2026. Report from SETI Institute. Dr. Vishal Gajar and his team recently discovered a major complication in how we hear the cosmos. It turns out that the space isn't an empty vacuum. It is filled with turbulent plasma and stellar winds. When a signal travels from distant star system to Earth, it has to pass through the space weather of that alien sun. This plasma can smear or broaden a signal. A perfect, clear, narrow broadcast from an alien planet might arrive at Earth looking like a fuzzy, distorted static. The SETI Institute realized that our current search tools are designed to filter out that kind of noise. We have been looking for perfect signal, but the universe is quite messy. This means we could have received a message yesterday, but our computers threw it in the trash because it looked like too much like a natural interference. We are literally turning or tuning into a wrong station. And it is possible the galaxy is far noisier than we ever imagined. So if they were here and if these signals are likely reaching us, why hasn't there been a first contact event? This leads us to the zoo hypothesis. If a civilization is advanced enough to detect our atmospheric pollution from 40 light years away, they are likely centuries ahead of us, if not millennia. To them, we might be like a new species of ants discovered in a remote jungle. You don't walk up the anthill to introduce yourself, you observe it. You set up cameras, you stay hidden so you don't disrupt their natural development. But as our technology improves, as we launch the Nancy Grace Roman telescope and the Habitable World Observatory, we are becoming harder to ignore. We are starting to build our own cameras to look back at them. In April 2026, SETI Institute launched a Discover Future Lab. Their mission was to prepare humanity for the human dimensions of discovery. They aren't just asking how to find life anymore, they're asking what happens next. Because the consensus is changing, first contact might not be a signal we receive, but a realization we find in our own backyard. We used to think universe was a vast empty desert and we are lone campfire in the middle of the night, but the science of 2026 tells a different story. The desert is full of life and our campfire has been blazing single fire over 100 years. Whether it is through leaked radio waves, chemical signatures in our cloud, or the broadband beams we haven't decoded yet, the great silence is starting to feel less like an absence of life and more like a waiting room. The question isn't, are we alone anymore? The question is, when they finally decide to answer, will we be ready to listen? So friends, thanks for watching this deep dive into the new frontier of SETI. If you want to keep track of this cosmic discoveries with me, make sure that you hit the subscribe button. I'm CK and I will see you again in the next one. Before I leave, a word from our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the hushed chamber of Ming era medicine, where the wisdom was linked on scrolls and remedies brewed in porcelain jars, a startling secret has resurfaced. An anesthetic formula centuries ahead of its time. More than a potion, it was a calculated blend of herbs, philosophy designed to silence the pain and study the spirit. This discovery does not just rewrite medical history, it reveals a civilization that understood the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion, compassion and science. So the Ming dynasty, often celebrated for its art and for its architecture, now stands illuminated as a pioneer in surgical sophistication. A proof that the quest to ease human suffering is as old as civilization itself. So let's find out more about this. The corridors of history often conceal treasures that redefine our understanding of human ingenuity. One such revelation has emerged from Ming Dynasty, where the scholars have uncovered evidence of sophisticated anesthetic use centuries before the modern medicine codified the practice. This discovery does more than enrich the annals of pharmacology. It illuminates the depth of Chinese medicine philosophy and its seamless blend of science, ritual, and pragmatism. So the Ming era, spanning 14th to 17th centuries, was a period of flourishing scholarships and innovations and the cultural refinement. Physicians of the time were they are heirs of millennia of accumulated wisdom and drawing from the classical text of Han Dynasty and practical refinement of Song era healers. So yet that what sets this anesthetic apart is its demonstration of deliberate, calculated approach to pain management. Far from being a crude concoction, it was actually carefully blended mixture of herbal compound designed to dull the sensation, calm the spirit, and allow surgical interventions to proceed with minimal suffering. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. Now, moving forward, archaeological and textual evidence suggests that the anesthetic combined with ingredients like wine, opium, derivatives, and a specific herb known for their seductive properties. So these formulas were not accidental. It is reflected a nuanced understanding of pharmacodynamics, and even if it expressed in the language of yin and yang and the five elements. So this is how things is being expressed and defined. So physicians recognized that certain substance could quiet the heart and soften the sinews, and metaphors that today translates into seduction and muscle relaxation. So the sophistication lies in the precision. Doses were calibrated to induce unconsciousness without tipping into a fatal toxicity, a balance that modern anesthesiology still grapple with. So the discovery also reframes our perception of Ming era surgeries. So while often imagined as a limited to caution related or superficial procedures, records now suggest that more invasive operations were attempted in those days and supported by anesthetic techniques. So dental extraction and excess drainage of these acids, and even the rudimentary abdominal interventions may have been performed under the veil of this herbal seduction. So the anesthetic was not merely a tool, actually. It was a gateway enabling physician to push the boundaries of what was surgically possible in their time. So equally compelling is the cultural context. So in Ming philosophy, medicine was never actually divorced from the morality and cosmology. The act of easing the pain was not only a technical achievement but a moral duty aligned with the Confucian ideals of benevolence and Taoist principle of harmony. So administrating anesthetic was thus both a scientific act and a ritual of compassion, and reinforcing the physician's role as a guardian of balance between body, spirit, and society. For the modern science, the implications are profound. So this anesthetic challenges the narrative that places the birth of anesthesia in 19th century with ether and chloroform. Instead, it actually reveals a parallel lineage of innovation in the East, where the empirical observation and the herbal experimentation also laid the groundwork for the pain management centuries earlier. So it also invites a contemporary pharmacologist to revisit the ancient formula with a fresh eye. What compounds might still hold an untapped potential for modern therapeutics? So that is one thing which everybody, especially the physicians, need to study about this. So in a broader sweep of history, the Ming anesthetic is a reminder that the progress is rarely linear or isolated. Civilizations across the globe have wrestled with some fundamental questions. How do we alleviate suffering, or how do we decrease the suffering and elevate the kind of health of mankind? How do we transform knowledge into healing? So the answer, whether inscribed in bamboo, slips or parchment or digital code, the converge is the shared human pursuit of mastery over pain. So pain management is definitely a very, very deep, it gives a deep impact, and at the same time it requires a kind of a profound treatment by surgeons and doctors even today. So ultimately, the uncovering of this anesthetic is not just a scientific milestone. It is a testament of enduring sophistication of Chinese medicine. It shows that centuries ago, physicians were already navigating the delicate frontier between consciousness and oblivion and wielding herbs and philosophy with a precision that resonates even today. So, in their hand, the anesthesia was more than a chemistry. It was a compassion distilled into a practice, a bridge between tangible body and the intangible spirit. So, and in rediscovering this wisdom, we are reminded that the quest to heal is as ancient as civilization itself and as timeless as the human desire to relieve, dignity, and care. So, the rediscovery of this Ming era anesthesia is more than a historical curiosity. It is a reminder that compassion and innovation have always walked hand in hand. And centuries before ether and the chloroform, Chinese physicians were already navigating the fragile boundaries between pain and relief, body and the spirit. So their silence auxiliary actually revealed civilization and attuned but to the dignity of the patient and the whole practice of medicines, especially in pain management. In honoring their wisdom, we see that the pursuit of easing suffering is timeless and echoing across the ages as one of the humanity's most profound achievement. What you feel about it, what you say, what would like to add to this in the comments. So I look forward for your comments on this subject. So thanks for watching, and please like and subscribe our channel, and see you in the next one. But before we end, few words about our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the boundless silence of space, where the radiation lashes like an invisible storm and the vacuum strips away every trace of comfort, one would expect life to flutter. Yet, against all odds, tiny fungal spores have endured, and their survival is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a defiant proclamation that biology is tougher than we have imagined. Clothed in a melanin armor, suspended in metabolic stillness, these microscopic voyagers cling to existence in the most hostile frontier known to mankind. So let's find out more about this. In the cold silence beyond Earth's protective atmosphere, where the radiation storm rages and temperatures plummet, life is not expected to endure. Yet, in the recent experiment, which have revealed a startling resilience. Certain fungi, hardy and unyielding, have survived prolonged exposure to deep space condition, and their survival challenges our assumption about the fragility of biology and raises profound questions about possibility of microbial hitchhikers journeying to the Mars. So scientists have placed spores of extramophilic fungi aboard orbital platform, exposing them to the cosmic radiation, vacuum, and the relentless cycle of solar flares. So months later, when these were retrieved and examined, many spores remained viable, and their cell wall, rich in melanin, acted as a shield against the radiation, while their metabolic dormancy allowed them to endure starvation and desiccations. So what seems like a death sentence become a testament to evolutionary ingenuity. So these organisms born in shadow of Earth's ecosystem proved capable of weathering the hardest frontier. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching us and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the implication of ripple outward. So if the fungi can survive the journey, so too might bacteria or other microbes. And these raises a specter of forward contamination, the accidental transport of Earth's life to the Mars. A single resilient spore nested in the crevice of spacecraft could seed alien soil, and implication the search or implicating for indigenous Martian life. So the line between the discovery and contamination grows perilously thin. For planetary protection agencies, the survival of fungi is both a marvel and a warning. Yet there is another perspective, and that is, we are talking about opportunity. If the fungi can endure space, they might one day serve as allies in colonization. And their ability to recycle nutrients, break down the waste, and even produce protective compound could make them invaluable partner for astronauts establishing habitats on Mars. Imagine fungal bioreactors converting Martian logit into fertile soil, or shielding domes infused with melanin to observe the radiation. So what begins as a survival experiment could evolve into a cornerstone of extraterrestrial agriculture and medicine. The survival of fungi also touches on the deeper philosophical questions, and that is life. And it seems it is like a fragile frame, easily extinguished, but can the strong force that can cling to existence wherever it can. So the cosmos, the vast and indifferent, it may be, but it not empty with the possibilities. And each spore that endures in the orbit whispers of resilience, of stubborn refusal of biology to yield. In their microscopic triumph, the fungi remind us that life is not confined to Earth. It is a universal experiment, always probing the boundaries of possibilities. As humanity prepares for Mars mission, these fungal survivors stand as both cautionary tale and the beacon of hope. They warn us that the thread of this survival, we have to actually deal with careful insight, and least we overwrite Martian biology with our own. But they also inspire us to imagine a future where Earth's smallest organism help us to thrive on very distinct world, and in quiet endurance of these spores drifting through space, we glimpse the persistence of life itself, unyielding, adaptable, and forever reaching to new horizon, new boundaries. In the quiet resilience of these spores, drifting unbroken through the cosmic abyss, we glimpse a truth larger than any single experiment. Life is not fragile, but defined. The fungi that endures in the deep space remind us that the biology is a force that adapts, persists, and seeks footholds even in the most hostile realm. As humanity prepares to step into the Mars, their survival is both a warning and a promise. Warning us to guard against the contamination, yet promising that life itself may be our greatest ally in the journey beyond Earth. So, in the void where the silence resigns, the spores whisper, a timeless refrain. A life refuses to die, and it is a refusal, it is a carrier that the seeds of tomorrow's world. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching this, and we look forward for your comment. At the same time, we request you to subscribe our channel. See you in the next, but before we go further, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready, comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
In the boundless silence of space, where the radiation lashes like an invisible storm and the vacuum strips away every trace of comfort, one would expect life to flutter. Yet, against all odds, tiny fungal spores have endured, and their survival is more than a scientific curiosity. It is a defiant proclamation that biology is tougher than we have imagined. Clothed in a melanin armor, suspended in metabolic stillness, these microscopic voyagers cling to existence in the most hostile frontier known to mankind. So let's find out more about this. In the cold silence beyond Earth's protective atmosphere, where the radiation storm rages and temperatures plummet, life is not expected to endure. Yet, in the recent experiment, which have revealed a startling resilience, certain fungi, hardy and unyielding, have survived prolonged exposure to deep space condition, and their survival challenges our assumption. about the fragility of biology and raises profound questions about possibility of microbial hitchhikers journeying to the Mars. So scientists have placed spores of extramophilic fungi aboard orbital platform, exposing them to the cosmic radiation, vacuum, and the relentless cycle of solar flares. So months later, when these were retrieved and examined, many spores remained viable, and their cell wall, rich in melanin, acted as a shield against the radiation, while their metabolic dormancy allowed them to endure starvation and desiccations. So what seems like a death sentence become a testament to evolutionary ingenuity. So these organisms born in shadow of Earth's ecosystem proved capable of weathering the hardest frontier. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are watching us and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So going forward, the implication of ripple outward. So if the fungi can survive the journey, so too might bacteria or other microbes. And these raises a specter of forward contamination, the accidental transport of Earth's life to the Mars. A single resilient spore nested in the crevice of spacecraft could seed alien soil, and implication the search or implicating for indigenous Martian life. So the line between the discovery and contamination grows perilously thin. For planetary protection agencies, the survival of fungi is both a marvel and a warning. Yet there is another perspective, and that is we are talking about opportunity. If the fungi can endure space, they might one day serve as allies in colonization. And their ability to recycle nutrients, break down the waste, and even produce protective compound could make them invaluable partner for astronauts establishing habitats on Mars. Imagine fungal bioreactors converting Martian logit into fertile soil, or shielding domes infused with melanin to observe the radiation. So what begins as a survival experiment could evolve into a cornerstone of extraterrestrial agriculture and medicine. The survival of fungi also touches on the deeper philosophical questions, and that is life. And it seems it is like a fragile frame, easily extinguished, but can the strong force that can cling to existence wherever it can. So the cosmos, the vast and indifferent, it may be, but it not empty with the possibilities. And each spore that endures in the orbit whispers of resilience, of stubborn refusal of biology to yield. In their microscopic triumph, the fungi remind us that life is not confined to Earth. It is a universal experiment, always probing the boundaries of possibilities. As humanity prepares for Mars mission, these fungal survivors stand as both cautionary tale and the beacon of hope. They warn us that the thread of this survival, we have to actually deal with careful insight, and least we overwrite Martian biology with our own. But they also inspire us to imagine a future where Earth's smallest organism help us to thrive on very distinct world, and in quiet endurance of these spores drifting through space, we glimpse the persistence of life itself, unyielding, adaptable, and forever reaching to new horizon, new boundaries. In the quiet resilience of these spores, drifting unbroken through the cosmic abyss, we glimpse a truth larger than any single experiment. Life is not fragile, but defined. The fungi that endures in the deep space remind us that the biology is a force that adapts, persists, and seeks footholds even in the most hostile realm. As humanity prepares to step into the Mars, their survival is both a warning and a promise. Warning us to guard against the contamination, yet promising that life itself may be our greatest ally in the journey beyond Earth. So, in the void where the silence resigns, the spores whisper, a timeless refrain. A life refuses to die, and it is a refusal, it is a carrier that the seeds of tomorrow's world. So we have come to the end. Thanks for watching this, and we look forward for your comment. At the same time, we request you to subscribe our channel. See you in the next. But before we go further, a few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before laboratories hummed with machines and satellite pierced the sky, India's rishis were quietly charting the frontiers of science. And seated in the forest and ashram, they observed the rhythm of nature, the mysteries of cosmos, and the intricacies of human body. What they recorded in hymns and trustees and philosophical dialogues were not mere spiritual musing, but a profound scientific insight. Astronomy woven into Vedic chants, mathematics hidden in poetic meters, and medicine encoded in Ayurvedic text. So in 2026, as artificial intelligence deciphers genomes and quantum computers stimulate universe, the breakthroughs of these sages remind us that science is not only about the technology, but about vision. And their legacy whispers across the centuries. Knowledge is timeless, and the discovery is as much about intuition as much about instruments. So today we are talking about Charak, who stands as a towering figure as a physician, philosopher, and scientist whose vision of health we practice even today. In the annals of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as a towering figure, a physician, a philosopher, and a scientist whose vision of health transcends his era. Flourishing around 2nd century CE, Charak is credited with compiling the Charak Samhita, one of the foundational texts of Ayurveda. His work was not merely a manual of remedies, but a profound exploration of human body, mind, and environment. In 2026, the world is grapples with pandemics, lifestyle diseases, and ethical dilemmas of AI-driven healthcare. Charak's contribution resonate with renewed urgency. Charak's genius lay in the holistic approach. He emphasized that health was not an absence of disease, but the balance of body, mind, and spirit. His text described the three dosha theory, three kind of troubles which actually we face when we talk about health, and these theories based on these three aspects, that is Vat, Pith, and Kaph, as a governing principle of physiology. While the modern science interprets these biochemical and systematic terms that underline the insight remains striking. Health is dynamic equilibrium, but a static perfection. In an age where the precision medicine seeks to tailor treatment to individual genetics profile, Charak's insistence on personalized care feels remarkably persistent. Now, if you have reached this far in this video, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So, going forward about Charak. So, equally significant was his focus on preventive medicine. Charak advocated daily regime, that is what we call in Hindi dincharya, and of course the seasonal routine, that is ritucharya, and the dietary discipline as a pillar of well-being. He warned against overindulgence, which is very, very prevalent in some areas of our existence in some part of the world. Now, of course, stress, which is also very much here in 2026, and the neglect of nature's rhythm, very crucial aspect. In 2026, when non-communicable diseases like diabetes or hypertension dominates the global health, and that burdens and his preventive ethos aligned seamlessly with modern public health campaign. The idea that lifestyle is medicine is no longer radical. but it is mainstream. And Charak anticipated it nearly 2 millennia ago. Charak also advanced medical ethics. He insisted that physician embody compassion, humility, and discipline while treating patient as whole being rather than a case. So any patient is not a case, but it is like a whole human being. Now, in today's era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgery, his reminder that healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but it cannot replace empathy. Charak's vision challenges us to ensure that science remains centered actually, and even as algorithm and machine reshape medicine. From scientific perspective, the Charak Samhita catalogs hundreds of medical plants, minerals, and formulation. Many of these are now subject of pharmacological research with compounds like turmeric cucum, and neems as a directin gaining global recognition. Charak's meticulous documentation of therapeutic properties reflect an entirely spirited base and as an early form of clinical observation and evidence gathering. So in 2026, as bioprospecting and integrative medicine expand, his pharmacies and his documentation offers both inspiration and caution to honor the traditional knowledge while subjecting it to a rigorous validation. So Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine but into a sustainability. He viewed a human as inseparable from their environment, emphasizing harmony with nature. In an age of climate crisis, his ecological sensibility reminds us that health cannot be divorced from the planetary well-being. The the pollution of air and water and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical one. And that is very crucial. And Charak's integrated world view offers the guidance for a healthier earth. Thus, the Charak's contribution are not relic of the past but living principles. His insistence on balance, prevention, and ethics, plus with ecological harmony, speaks directly to the challenges of 2026. As medicine races ahead with genetics engineering and AI diagnostics, and of course the space medicine, Charak's voice urges caution and compassion. He reminds us that the ultimate goal of science is not conquest, but a care, not controlled but balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass of navigating complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, and rooted in the respect of life itself. The legacies of India's Rishi is not confined to the past. It is a living current that flows into the present and beyond. Their insight and philosophy remind us that science is not only about instrument labs but also about vision, nutrition, and harmony with the nature. In 2026, as humanity stands at the crossroad of artificial intelligence, genetic engineering, and space exploration, the breakthrough of these sages echoes with a timeless relevance. They actually urges us to balance progress with wisdom, to pair innovation with ethics, and to see the knowledge not as a conquest but as a communication, as union with the universe. The rishis remind us that the discoveries of sacred act, and in their enduring voice we hear to call to carry science forward with humility, imagination, and respect for life itself. So we have come to the end of this this live stream, and we look forward for your comments. Please like and subscribe our channel, and we look forward in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. We live in an era of hyper result. Every quarter, every week, every minute is tracked. As a leader, you value often reduced to a single metric, which is the bottom line. But here is the irony. The more we obsess over the finish line, more likely that we are, stumble before we get there. We are seeing record level of burnout, decision fatigue, and quite quitting at the executive level. What if I told you that 7,000 years ago, a text which was written or recited holds the secret to modern high performance? Today we are looking at the Bhagavad Gita chapter 6 verse 4. Why letting go is actually the most strategic move a CEO can make. So friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. In the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Bhagwan Krishna explains the state of yoga. Not the physical postures as we see today, but a state of perfect mental equilibrium and the union with one purpose. And the verse says, quote starts, a person is said to have attained yoga when they have no desire for sense gratification and not attached to the fruits of their action and have renounced all material desires. Quote close. To a modern business mind, this sounds impossible. No desire for results, no attachment to fruits. In business, the fruits are the profit, the market share, the exit strategy, etc. etc. But let's look closer. Bhagwan Krishna isn't saying don't work. He's saying work without being enslaved by the outcome. What does the attachment to the result hurt a CEO? Well, the anxiety cloud your judgment. So when you are terrified of a bad quarter, your brain shifts into survival mode. You stop thinking long term and start making fear-based decisions. You can also generate tunnel vision. You become so focused on the goal that you miss the signals in the market. You stop innovating because you are too busy defending a specific outcome. You can also get into a hedonic treadmill. If your happiness depends on the result, you are never satisfied. You hit the target and you feel a spark of joy for 5 minutes and then immediately start stressing about the next quarter. This is the recipe of an executive burnout. So what does the attaining yoga looks like in a boardroom? It's what the modern psychologists call the flow state. When you renounce the desire for the fruits, you redirect all that wasted worry energy into a process. Imagine a CEO who walks into a merger negotiations, and if they are attached to the result, they are needy, nervous, and easily manipulated. But if they are focused only on performing their duty perfectly, presenting the facts, staying ethical, and listening deeply, they will remain untouchable. This is a result paradox. By not obsessing over the outcome, you actually increase the quality of your work, which mathematically makes a positive outcome more likely. So, how do you apply Bhagavad Gita chapter 6, verse 4 tomorrow morning? Well, step 1, define the effort, not just the goal. Instead of just setting a sales target, set a quality of interaction target. Measure how well you listened and how clearly you communicated and how much value you provided. Step number 2, practice strategic detachment. During high stake meetings, remind yourself, I have control over my actions, but I do not have control over the final response of others. This lowers your anxiety and raises your IQ. Step 3, audit your sense gratification. Are you making this move for the growth of the company, or are your own ego or sense gratification is driving this? Real leadership begins where the ego ends. So chapter 6 verse 4 isn't about being passive, it's about being powerful, present. When you stop chasing the shadow of the result, you finally stand in the light of your own potential. You become a leader who is stable in success and resilient in failure. And that is the yoga Krishna speaks of. And it is the ultimate competitive advantage in the 21st century. Don't you think so? So next time you feel the pressure of the bottom line closing in, remember, focus on the work, let go of the fruits, and the result will take care of themselves. So friends, if you have any question, please do not hesitate to send it across. Thanks for watching. If this ancient perspective helped you today, share it with your colleagues who needed to hear it. And friends, I will see you in the next one. But before that, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash. So it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video.
Long before modern medicine built its labs, ancient India nurtured a science of life that saw health as a harmony, healing as compassion. At the heart of this tradition stood Charak, the physician sage whose Charak Samhita became the cornerstone of the Ayurveda. He was not merely cataloging herbs or treatment, he was shaping a philosophy where the well-being of human, animals, and the environment were inseparably bounded. So let's find out more. In the grand tapestry of ancient Indian wisdom, Charak stands as one of the most luminous thread. A physician, a philosopher, and the scientist of the 2nd century CE, Charak is remembered as the principal architect of Ayurveda, the science of life. His magnum opus, the Charak Samhita, is not merely a medical text but a holistic philosophy of health, weaving together the mind, the body, and the spirit and the environment into a unified vision of well-being. Charak's genius lay in his insistence that health was not the absence of disease but the balance of forces. He articulated the Tridosha theory, which is called Vat, Pith, and Kaph. That means the force of movement and the transformation and the structure derived from the element of the nature. So, as he actually mentioned, it is as a governing principle of philosophy and physiology. So these are not mystic abstraction, but keen observations of how body respond to diet, climate, stress, and lifestyle. In his view, medicines were not about suppressing the symptoms, but restoring the harmony. His philosophy resonates deeply in 2026 when modern medicine increasingly embraces personalized care, preventive health, and integrative approach. So if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you are tuned in and which language you are watching this video. This will help us to determine the reach of our channel. So moving forward, about Charak, equally profound was Charak's emphasis on prevention. He prescribed a daily regime, that is dincharya, but that's what we call in Hindi. Then the second option he has given, seasonal routine, which is ritucharya, and dietary discipline as the pillar of resilience. He warned against the excess, idleness, and the neglect of nature's rhythm. Today, as the humanity faces epidemics of lifestyle diseases, hypertension, obesity, his preventive ethos feels prophetic. And the public health campaign echoes his wisdom. Lifestyle is a medicine and balance is survival. Charak also recognized the inseparability of human and animals. His text include reference to veterinary care, acknowledging that the health of domesticated animals are vital to agrarian societies. In 2026, his vision expand into the modern concept of health, which link human, animal, environmental well-being. Zoonotic diseases, climate-driven epidemics, and ethical debate about animal welfare remind us that the Charak's holistic worldview was centuries ahead of its time. The Charak Samhita catalogued hundreds of medical plants and minerals and formulations. Many of these are like turmeric, neem, ashwagandha. They are now globally recognized for their therapeutic properties. In 2026, the pharmacological and research continues to validate Charak's pharmacy and the kind of formation he actually written in his Charak Samhita, and offering sustainable alternative to synthetic drugs. His insistence on empirical observation and documentation of foreshadows the scientific method itself. Charak's relevance today extends beyond medicine into ethics and ecology. He demanded that physician embody compassion, humanity, and humility and discipline, while treating patient as a whole being rather than simply a medical case. So, in an era of AI diagnostics and robotic surgeries, his reminder that the healing is a moral duty is invaluable. Technology may augment skills, but empathy remains irreplaceable. So, equally, Charak's ecological sensibility feels urgent in the age of climate crisis. He viewed human as inseparable from their environment and emphasizing harmony with nature. The pollution of air, water, and soil is not merely an environmental issue, it is a medical issue also. So, his integrated worldview offers guidance for planetary health, reminding us that the well being of human, animal cannot be divorced from well being of Earth itself. Looking ahead, the scope of Charak's vision in 2026 and the beyond is vast. Ayurveda is no longer confined to India. It is a part of global movement towards the integrative medicines. AI-driven diagnostics, genetic engineering, and space medicine may dominate headlines, but Charak's principle of balance, prevention, compassion remain timeless. His legacy challenges to ensure that science serve a life, not merely a survival, that medicine heal not only body but communities and ecosystem and of course future. So Charak's voice carried across millennia remind us that health is not a conquest but a care, not a control but a balance. In the quiet wisdom of his verses, we find a compass for navigating the complexities of modern health, a call to remember that healing is both art and science, rooted in the respect of all lives, all living beings. So, when we talk about Charak's vision is never confined to the boundaries of his era. It was a philosophy meant to endure. In his teaching, health was not a privilege but a responsibility. Not a fleeting cure but a lifelong balance. He saw human, animal, and the environment as a thread of the same fabric, each dependent on other for the strength and the survival. The worldview resonated powerfully in 2026 when the challenges of climate change, zoonotic diseases, and the lifestyle disorder demand a holistic response. Ayurveda, as shaped by Charak, is not a relic of the past but a living system evolving along the side of modern science. It is its emphasis on prevention, compassion, and ecological harmony offers a compass for medicine in the age of AI. Biotechnology, planetary health, as researchers validate ancient formulations and integrate them with a cutting edge therapies, Charak's legacy continues to expand and bridging the tradition, innovation, humanity, and nature. So, again, we will actually understand the story of Charak is ultimately a reminder. A healing is not a conquest, but definitely a care. And in the pulse of Ayurveda, we hear his enduring message that well-being is not only for today, but for tomorrow, and for all the life that walks, flies, swim, and breathe beneath the same sky. So we have come to the end of this video. Please like and subscribe our channel. Look forward for your comments on this topic. We'll see you in the next one. But before we end, few words from our affiliate partner.
Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with two microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters, and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now let's get back to our video. Hello friends and namaskaram. The National Stock Exchange, also known as NSE, has officially filed its draft for red herring prospectus for a massive 30 billion IPO. In this video, we break down what this historic move means for the Indian stock market, why industry giants like SBI are offloading their stakes, and what investors need to know before this listing becomes available for general public. Let's go and discuss this further. Imagine a company that sits at the very heart of the Indian economy. It doesn't build cars. It builds, stock markets. It doesn't sell consumer goods. It doesn't run factories. But every single day, millions of people trust it with their life savings. That company is the National Stock Exchange, the NSC. After decades of waiting, regulatory battles, and massive anticipation, it is finally happening. On June 17, 2026, the NSE officially filed its draft red herring prospectus. We are looking at a potential 30,000 crore IPO valuing this financial giant at over 5 lakh crores. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please let us know from which city you have tuned in. Now, let's move ahead. This isn't just an IPO, it is the biggest financial event of the year in India. Today, we are going deep into the DRHP to find what is actually happening, why SBI and other giants are cashing out, and what this means for your portfolio. Well, it is the historic first. Let's put the numbers in perspective. This IPO is expected to be the largest in Indian history, surpassing the massive listing of the Hyundai Motor India and even the LIC. But here is the catch. It's a 100% offer for sale, OFS. That means no fresh money is going into the exchange to build new tech or expand offices. Instead, it's all about existing shareholders offloading their stakes. We are talking about 14.89 crore share hitting the market. Investors are effectively buying into the infrastructure of Indian wealth, not a startup chasing growth. Why are the big players like SBI selling off their stakes now? SBI, along with other state-owned giants, is positioning to offload millions of shares. Some of these institutions bought in years ago at incredibly low price. In some cases, for less than a rupee per share. With an expected IPO price potentially be in thousands, we are talking about a massive wealth unlocking for these long-term holders. But it is not just SBI. The list of seller is a who's who of the global and domestic finances, including CPPIB, Tamasak linked entities, and the various insurance companies. It's a strategic reshuffle allowing these institutions to book profits after years of holding on. Now, don't let the $30 billion evaluation blind you. There are two sides of this coin. The NSC is a near monopoly, handling roughly 93% of the cash market turnover and 99.8% of the equity futures. That dominant position generates massive profits, over 10,000 crore in net profit for financial year 2026. However, the regulator, which is SEBI, has been keeping a close watch. Issues like the co-location cases have haunted the exchange for years. Furthermore, SEBI is actively trying to cool down the retail frenzy in the derivative market, which ironically is where the huge chunk of the NSE's revenue comes from. Buying this stock means betting that exchange can continue to thrive even as a regulator tighten the rules on very product that derives its earning. So is this a bargain? Right now, shares are trading in the unlisted market at roughly rupees 2000 to 2050. Analysts are cautious. The actual valuation will depend on the final price, which is a band going to be set after the regulatory review. For long-term investors, the NSE is a proxy for the growth of Indian capital market. But for short-term traders, the priced in hype is something to watch closely. The NSE IPO isn't just a stock listing, it is a milestone in India's financial journey. Whether you plan to subscribe or just watch from the sideline, this is a story that will define the market mood for rest of 2026. So friends, what do you think? Is a 5 lakh crore valuation justified, or is the market getting ahead of itself? Let me know in the comments below, and if you have found this deep dive helpful, hit that subscribe button. We'll be covering the price band and the final allotment dates as soon as they are dropped. Thanks for joining live, thanks for watching, and I will see you very soon in the next one. नमस्कारम दोस्तों, आप सबका स्वागत है। आज 30 जून है और आज मंगलवार का दिन है। सब जानते हैं कि जो मंगलवार का दिन होता है वो हनुमान जी के लिए समर्पित है। तो आज हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे हर रोज की तरह पूजा करके, और आज हम हनुमान चालीसा का पाठ करेंगे। तो ठीक है, हाथ जोड़ लीजिए, नमन कर लीजिए और हम पाठ शुरू कर रहे हैं। श्री गुरु चरण सरोज रज, निजमन मुकुर सुधार, बरनो रघुवर बिमल जसु, जो दायक फलचार। बुद्धिहीन तनु जानु के, सुमरो पवन कुमार, बल बुद्धि विद्या देहु मोहि, हरेउ कलेस विकार। जय हनुमान ज्ञान गुण सागर, जय कपीस तेहु लोक उजागर। राम दूत अतुलित बल धामा, अंजनी पुत्र पवन सुत नामा। महावीर विक्रम बजरंगी, कुमति निवार सुमत के संगी। कंचन वरन विराज सुबेसा, कानन कुंडल कुंचित केसा। हाथ वज्र ओ ध्वजा विराजे, कांधे मूज जनेऊ साजे। शंकर सुवन केसरी नंदन, तेज प्रताप महाजगबंदन। विद्यावान गुणी अति चातुर, राम काज करिबे को आतुर। प्रभु चरित्र सुनवे को रसिया, राम लखन सीता मन बसिया। सूक्ष्म रूप धरी सिंह दिखावा, विकट रूप धरी लंग जरावा। भीम रूप धरी असुर सहारे, रामचंद्र जी के काज संवारे। लाए सजीवन लखन जी आए, श्री रघुवीर हर्ष उर लाए। रघुपत कीनी बहुत बड़ाई, तुम मम प्रिय भरत सम भाई। सहस बदन तुमरो यश गावे, अस कहि श्रीपति कंठ लगावे। सनकादि ब्रह्मादि मुनीसा, नारद सारद सहित अहिसा। जम कुबेर दिक्पाल जहाँ थे, कवि कोविद कही सके कहाँ थे। तुम उपकार सुग्रीव वही कीना, राम मिलाए राजपद दीना। तुमरो मंत्र विभीषण माना, लंकेश्वर भय सब जग जाना। जुग सहस्त्र जोजन पर भानु, लीलियो ताही मधुर फल जानो। प्रभु मुद्रिका मेल मुख माही, जलधि लांग गए अचरज नाही। दुर्गम काज जगत के जेते, सुगम अनुग्रह तुम्हरे तेते। राम दुआरे तुम रखवाले, होत न आज्ञा बिन पैसारे। सब सुख लहे तुम्हारी सरना, तुम रक्षक काहू को डरना। आपन ते समारो आपे, तीनों लोग हाँकते कापे। भूत पिशाच निकट नहीं आवे, महावीर जब नाम सुनावे। नासे रोग हरे सब पीरा, जपत निरंतर हनुमत बीरा। संकट ते हनुमान छुड़ावे, मन क्रम वचन ध्यान जो लावे। सब पर राम तपस्वी राजा, तिनके काज सकल तुम साजा। और मनोरथ जो कोई लाए, सोई अमित जीवन फल पाए। जानो जुग प्रताप तुम्हारा, है प्रसिद्ध जगत उजियारा। साधु संत के तुम रखवाले, असुर निकंदन राम दुआरे। अस सिद्धि नौ निधि के दाता, अस पर दीन जान की माता। राम रसायन तुमरे पासा, सदा रहो रघुपति के दासा। तुमरे भजन राम को पावे, जन्म जन्म के दुख बिसरावे। अंत काल रघुबर पुर जाई, जहाँ जन हरि भक्त कहाई। और देवता चित न धरे, हनुमत से ही सब सुख करे। संकट कटे मिटे सब पीरा, जो सुमरे हनुमत बलबीरा। जय 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 हनुमान गोसाई, कृपा करो गुरुदेव की नाई। जो सतपार पाठ कर कोय, छूटे है बंदी महा सुख होई। जो ये पढ़े हनुमान चालीसा, हुए सिद्धि साखी गौरी सा। तुलसीदास सदा हरिचेरा, कीजे नाथ हृदय में डेरा। पवन तनय संकट हरन, मंगल मूरत रूप। राम लखन सीता सहित हृदय बसो सुरभूप। जय श्री राम, जय श्री राम। तो दोस्तों, आज हमारी पूजा संपन्न हुई। अब हम अपना दिन शुरू करेंगे। हमारी तरह आपका दिन भी शुभ रहे, इसी कामना के साथ इस वीडियो को हम यहीं समाप्त करते हैं। जल्दी मिलता हूं दूसरे वीडियो में। हेलो दोस्तों, आपका स्वागत है। नमस्कारम। क्या आप जानते हैं कि 1946 का जो साल है वो भारत के इतिहास में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। और स्पेसिफिकली आज की तारीख, जिसका हम जून 16 में हैं आज, तो आज की तारीख बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण है। लेकिन ये क्यों है, इसके बारे में हम चर्चा करेंगे इस वीडियो में। थोड़ा सा बता देता हूँ कि जो ब्रिटिश वॉइसरॉय थे, वो एक मीटिंग कर रहे थे इंडियन पॉलिटिशियंस के साथ। इस मीटिंग का नाम रखा गया उन्होंने कैबिनेट मिशन 1946। लेकिन जब भी ये मीटिंग होती थी उस टाइम विभाजन की बातें ज़्यादा होती थी। हालांकि जून 16 को ये पूरी तरह तय हो गया कि अब इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट बनेगी और आज़ादी मिलेगी और इसके बाद बंटवारा भी होगा। तो ये एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट तारीख है हमारी हिस्ट्री की। आगे बढ़ते हैं, इसके बारे में और जानते हैं। तो दोस्तों, कुछ ऐसी तारीखें होती हैं, ऐसा कुछ हिस्ट्री होती है जो हमारे पन्नों पे दर्ज नहीं होती, लेकिन हमारे डीएनए में पाई जाती है। हम सब जानते हैं 15 अगस्त 1947 को इंडिया को आज़ादी मिली। लेकिन इसका रास्ता 1947 में शुरू नहीं हुआ। इसके रास्ते में काफ़ी मोड़ आए और पहली दफ़ा ये 1946 में इसका रास्ता तय किया गया, जो काफ़ी मीटिंग्स के बाद ये आया, ये एक मुकाम आया। आज हम बात करेंगे उस साल की जिसमें भारत की तकदीर हमेशा के लिए बदल दी। हम बात करेंगे 1946 के उस कैबिनेट मिशन की, जिसके विफल होने से एक खंड भारत के सपने को चकनाचूर कर दिया। आज हम समझेंगे कि एक टेबल पे बैठे वार्ताओं और देशों के बंटवारे की पटकथा कैसे लिखी गई। और 1946 का साल था। सेकेंड वर्ल्ड वॉर खत्म हो चुकी थी। ब्रिटेन जीत तो गया था, लेकिन अंदर से खोखला हो चुका था। भारत में ब्रिटिश हुकूमत के खिलाफ गुस्सा चरम हाईएस्ट पॉइंट पर था। शाही नौसेना का विद्रोह हो चुका था, विच इज़ द रॉयल नेवी, जो इंडिया में थी। ब्रिटिश प्रधानमंत्री को समझ आ गया था कि भारत पर राज करना अब बिल्कुल इम्पॉसिबल है। ब्रिटेन अब भारत को छोड़ना चाहता था, लेकिन शर्त यह थी कि ट्रांसफर ऑफ पावर शांतिपूर्ण तरीके से हो। और इसी उद्देश्य के साथ मार्च 1946 में 3 ब्रिटिश मंत्रियों, पैथिक लॉरेंस और उनके जो सहयोगी थे, उनको भारत भेजा गया। और इसको इतिहास में कैबिनेट मिशन के नाम से जाना जाता है। तो दोस्तों, आगे बढ़ने से पहले मैं पूछना चाहता हूं कि आप किस शहर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हैं और किस लैंग्वेज में हमारा वीडियो देख रहे हैं। इससे हमें मदद मिलेगी, हम अपने चैनल की रीच को असेसमेंट कर सकेंगे। तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं। कैबिनेट मिशन का लक्ष्य क्या था? इसका मुख्य मकसद था भारत में एक ऐसी सरकार बनाना जो सत्ता संभाल सके और ये तय कर सके कि भारत एकजुट रह पाएगा कि नहीं रह पाएगा। मिशन के जो थे 3 हिस्से थे। 3 टियर एक योजना उन्होंने बनाई, जिसमें केंद्र में एक कमजोर सरकार, रक्षा, विदेश और संचार मामले केंद्र के पास होंगे। बाकी शक्तियां स्टेट्स को मिलेंगी और स्टेट्स के अंदर ग्रुप्स में बांटा जाएगा। तो जो कांग्रेस उस समय जो लीडिंग पार्टी थी, उनको लगा कि ये तो ढीला ढाला ढांचा है और मुस्लिम लीग को इसमें पाकिस्तान की झलक दिखाई देने लग गई। तो लेकिन यही वो मोड़ था जो दोस्तों, जो जिसमें मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना ने पाकिस्तान की मांग करके वो अड़ गए, क्योंकि इस तरह का उन्होंने प्रपोजल दिया था जो कैबिनेट मिशन था जिसमें उन्होंने वीक सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट दिखाई थी और स्ट्रॉन्ग स्टेट दिखाए थे। तो इसी बात को लेके उनको लगा, मोहम्मद जिन्ना अली जिन्ना को लगा कि ये मौका है जिसमें हम अपना देश बना सकते हैं। तो उन्होंने पाकिस्तान के मांग पे वो बहुत ही जिद करने लगे और उस पर अटक गए। और इसके बाद काफ़ी डिस्कशन हुए इसके अंदर, लेकिन डेड एंड पे जाके खड़े हो गए। तो जब 16 मई 1946 को कैबिनेट मिशन की रिपोर्ट आई, तो शुरू में तो उसमें सबने उसको माना, लेकिन बाद में डेफिनेशंस के ऊपर झगड़ा शुरू हो गया। और क्योंकि डेफिनेशन डॉक्यूमेंट में काफ़ी हर चीज़ें डिफाइन की जाती हैं, तो और उसमें कांग्रेस का मत ये था कि जो ग्रुप्स हैं उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है, क्योंकि उन्होंने वीक गवर्नमेंट बनाई है सेंटर पे, स्टेट पे स्ट्रॉन्ग गवर्नमेंट बनाई है, और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के अंदर भी ग्रुप्स बनाए हैं जिसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है। लेकिन जो मुस्लिम लीग पार्टी थी, जो दूसरी पार्टी थी, मोहम्मद अली जिन्ना उसके प्रेसिडेंट थे, वो कह रहे थे कि ग्रुप तो बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, ग्रुप होना ज़रूरी है। तो यही वो पल था जिसमें भारत का भविष्य का फैसला हो रहा था। और जिन्ना ने डायरेक्ट एक्शन डे का भी ऐलान कर दिया था, जिससे काफ़ी दंगे भड़के और काफ़ी यहाँ पे उत्पात हुआ। आप सब जानते हैं उसके बारे में, हम उसके बारे में डिटेल में नहीं जाएंगे। हम सिर्फ इसकी बात करेंगे कि यहाँ पे 16 जून को क्या डिस्कशन स्टार्ट हुआ, और 2 सितंबर 1946 को जवाहरलाल नेहरू के नेतृत्व में अंतरिम सरकार, जो इंटरिम गवर्नमेंट थी, उसका गठन हुआ, जो देश का कार्यभार संभालेगी। और ये लेकिन एक अभी पूरी तरह पावर ट्रांजिशन नहीं हुआ था, लेकिन ये पूरी तरह एक इंडिपेंडेंट सरकार बनी 1946 में। और इसके बाद जो काफ़ी कुछ हुआ इसके अंदर, इंडिया और पाकिस्तान फॉर्मेशन के बाद काफ़ी लोग इधर से उधर गए, उधर से इधर आए, काफ़ी लोगों तो काफ़ी कुछ हुआ, वो हम डिस्कस नहीं करेंगे। लेकिन 1946 का साल हमें यह सिखाता है कि जब बड़े फैसले बंद कमरों में लिए जाते हैं तो विश्वास की कमी होती है, और इसका खामियाजा आम जनता को भुगतना पड़ता है। 1946 की उन नाकाम वार्ताओं ने 1947 की आज़ादी तो दी, लेकिन साथ में बंटवारे का भी एक जख्म दिया, जो आज हमारे इतिहास में अच्छी तरह मतलब कुरेदा गया है। आज हम पीछे मुड़ के देखते हैं तो कैबिनेट मिशन सिर्फ एक प्रशासनिक डॉक्यूमेंट नहीं, बल्कि भारत की तकदीर बदलने वाला वो मोड़ है, जिसने हमें आज का मॉडर्न इंडिया दिया। अगर हम इसको देखें तो हमारे को सीख मिलती है, जानकारी मिलती है कि फ्यूचर में हम इस तरह के काम ना करें जिसमें वीक गवर्नमेंट इस तरह का बनाया गया कि सेंटर पे गवर्नमेंट वीक होगी और ग्रुप्स होंगे और स्टेट गवर्नमेंट स्ट्रांग होगी। तो मतलब ये पूरा का पूरा जो इंडिया अगर छोड़ के जाता है अंग्रेज, तो पूरा उसको तोड़ने का इनका प्लान था। तो ये जानकारी हमारे को 16 जून 1946 में मिली, जब ये डिस्कशन आगे बढ़ा। तो दोस्तों, इस वीडियो को अपने दोस्तों के साथ, अपनी फैमिली के साथ ज़रूर शेयर करें, हमारे चैनल को सब्सक्राइब करें। मिलता हूँ अगली बार। और अगर कोई इसमें आपके पास कोई पॉइंट है या आपका कोई सवाल है तो ज़रूर हमें कमेंट करके बताएं। तो मिलता हूँ दोस्तों अगले वीडियो में, तब तक के लिए अपना ख्याल रखें। जय हिंद। Hello friends, we all know that in today's volatile business landscape, a CEO must be more than just a strategist. They must be a vision bearer, a protector, an innovator, and a stabilizing force. Therefore, in this video, we decode the lessons learned from Bhagavad Gita and reveal the ultimate CEO matrix, a 12-point leadership framework hidden in plain sight for thousands of years. Let's go. Take a look at the modern C-suite. Today's CEO is expected to be visionary, futurist, a flawless operator, and a compassionate HR leader, a ruthless cost cutter, and an unshakable anchor during a crisis. We are told to look at Silicon Valley playbook, Ivy League case studies, and agile framework to survive. But what if the most comprehensive all-weather matrix for executive leadership wasn't written in a modern business school? What if it was mapped out thousands of years ago? So friends, welcome back. Today we are cracking open a timeless text that Bhagavad Gita talks about, specifically mentioned in chapter 9 verse 18. In this single verse, an incredible 12-point leadership framework is laid out. We call it an ultimate CEO matrix. Let's decode how these 12 ancient principles can completely redefine how you run your business today. So, friends, if you have reached this far, please inform us from which city you have tuned in and in which language you are watching this video. This will help us determine the reach of our channel. Alright, let's proceed further. Let's look at the text. The verse begins with the word, I am the goal, I am the supporter. Right? As a CEO, your first and most foundational role is to be, the goal itself. In corporate terms, this is your North Star. If the CEO vision is blurry, the entire company stumbles in the dark. Being the goal means you don't just chase quarterly profits, you define the ultimate purpose of the enterprise. Why does your company exist? Where are you steering, and where are you taking the ship? You must embody that final destination. But a goal without infrastructure is just a pipe dream. And that is why the very next word is supporter, which is Bharata. This is the ultimate nod to the servant leadership. A true CEO doesn't sit on a throne expecting to be served. You are the ultimate support system. Your job is to clear roadblocks, secure funding, provide resources, and empower your executives to do their best work. You define the destinations, but you also build the road. Next, the verse gives us two seemingly contrasting roles, which is master, in Sanskrit this is Prabhu, and witness, which is Sakshi. So let's talk about being the master. At the end of the day, accountability stops with you. When the crisis strikes, a CEO must step up, claim extreme ownership, and make tough decisions. You are the ultimate authority. But look at how the Gita balances this power. Immediately after the master, it introduced the concept of witness. This is one of the rarest, most valuable skills in the modern business. Emotional detachment. As a witness, a CEO must be able to step back from the daily fire drill, put ego aside, and observe the company objectively. Are your sales dropping because of the market trends or because your product is genuinely losing relevance? If you are too emotionally reactive as a master, you will make panicked decisions. But if you can occupy the seat of an unbiased witness, you analyze data clearly, see reality of what it is, and govern with absolute clarity. Now we move from human element of the corporate scaling, and the words highlight the three beautiful concepts, which is abode, shelter, and well-wisher. Think about the word abode, which is Nivas. An abode is a home for a CEO. This means creating a corporate culture where people feel a sense of belonging. It's about building an ecosystem from talent. It doesn't just work but thrive and put down the roots. And when things go wrong, because they have always do, you must become the shelter. In the modern corporate world, fear paralyzes innovation. If your employees think a single mistake will get them fired, they will play it safe. When a microeconomics downturn hit or a bold product launch fail, a stellar CEO acts as a shield. You take the blame externally while giving your team the psychological safety internally to learn, pivot, and fix it. And you do this because you are their well-wisher. A well-wisher is a friend who expects nothing in return. As a CEO, your leadership shouldn't be purely transactional. You must genuinely care about the growth, well-being, and future of your people, your customers, and your stakeholders as well. When people know their leader genuinely desire their success, loyalty isn't demand, it's naturally given. Now let's pivot to the strategy and operations. Bhagavad Gita introduced a profound triad: creation, destruction, and maintenance. This is literally the life cycle of every product, every business unit, and every market economy. First, creation. A CEO must drive innovation. You are the entrepreneurial spark pushing for the new R&D, entering new markets, and birthing new ideas. But you cannot have creation without destruction. So in business, this is what legendary economist Joseph Schumpeter called creative destruction. As a leader, you must have courage to kill an underperforming project, sunset legacy products, and disrupt your own business models before competitor does it for you. And while you balance creating the new and destroying the old, you must also master the maintenance. This is the operational excellence. It's optimizing cash flow, stabilizing supply chain, and keeping the core engine of your company running flawlessly. The ultimate CEO knows exactly when to create, when to maintain, and when to ruthlessly destroy. Finally, the verse conclude with the ultimate asset management strategy: the reservoir and the eternal seed. The reservoir is where the wealth and the resources are stored. In business, this is your capital allocation, your treasury, your reserves, and your talent pool. A reckless CEO burns through cash to chase vanity metrics. A visionary CEO builds a deep reservoir so the company can survive dry seasons, funding droughts, and unexpected market recessions. And lastly, we have the eternal seed. What is the seed? A seed is something small today that holds the genetic blueprint of a massive forest tomorrow. Every decision you make as an executive should be a seed planted for the future. This is about legacy. It's about succession planning. It's about building a corporate value that outlasts your tenure, outlasts your current product line, and survive the decades to come. So to look at a complete matrix: goal, supporter, master, witness, abode, shelter, well-wisher, creation, destruction, maintenance, reservoir, and the eternal seeds. So when you synthesize chapter 9 verse 18 of the Bhagavad Gita, you realize that leadership isn't a one-dimensional job. It is a 360-degree spiritual and strategic responsibility. So friends, next time you walk into your boardroom or sign off on a massive corporate pivot, ask yourself, which quadrant of the matrix does my company need from me today? Do they need the witness to evaluate, the shelter to protect, or the seed to build the future? Lead holistically, lead with purpose. So friends, if you have any questions or any suggestions, kindly feel free to drop in your comments. And if this ancient framework changed how you view your modern executive role, hit that subscribe button, share this video with your fellow founders, and let me know your thoughts in the comments below. So see you in the masterclass next one. Before I leave, a word about our affiliate partner. Stop settling for a good enough video. If your built-in laptop camera looks like a grainy mess, it is time for an upgrade. Want to instantly level up your video presence? I like to present the Lenovo Performance FHD webcam. This is a game changer for your desktop setup. Technically, this is packed. It has a very sensitive RGB sensor, very crisp photographs it takes. Also comes with 2 microphones on board, which helps you to record very clear voice in stereophonic format. And these microphones are very sensitive. You can actually move away from the camera up to 2 meters and these microphones will pick up your voice without any problem. This is a very strong piece. This is very sturdy. Comes with tripod ready. Comes with a very long leash, so it gives you a lot of flexibility to place the webcam wherever you want to keep in your studio. And also it has a swivel base, which is also very handy. So if you want to basically level up your game and you want to pick up this camera at a discount, please click on the link here or scan the QR code. Now